Hello, how's everybody doing? I am so sorry that we are running behind schedule. I appreciate everybody's patience and I take responsibility. I take responsibility. I was off saving the world. Apologies. Um No, I am so thankful that you guys are all here. We are about to talk about some of one of my favorite franchises of all time. I think we're going to agree on some, we're probably going to disagree on others, and I am of course talking about you in the chat who probably have their own opinions based on what I've been able to peek at whilst we were all waiting. Clearly I've been trained by the best. Gary, um, he's my guiding light, you know. Uh he is I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's actually been on time of late, and so I can't use Gary as an excuse. This was solely on me. I had to go out and stop Amazon from utterly destroying Bond, which they now have the rights to because they bought MGM. For any of you that didn't know that, and this is your, I guess, notification, Amazon owns Bond. And based on what they did to Wheel of Time and Rings of Power and everything else in between, I mean, the two stickers for me are really Wheel of Time and Lord of the Rings. Like, Rings of Power is not even. There is a reason they had to call it the Lord of the Rings of Power, because if you take out the Lord of the Rings prefix to that, you you can you would never know that it was a Lord of the Rings affiliation or interpretation or representation or whatever you want to call it. And so, like, the two
Uh,
things. Oh,
Possible hot take here, but I think that the Daniel Craig era could have been made by Amazon. I don't think it'll change that much.
yes, no, I completely agree with you. I hate that. So, we'll start out with my least favorite Bond. I hate Daniel Craig. I
Yep.
think that I think he is an ineffective, inefficient, whiny crybaby who really, really, really needs to get punched in the face hard by Pierce Brosnan or Timothy Dalton, one of the other two living Bonds. As we know, Sir Sean Connery's passed away, and so has Sir Roger Moore, and I'm pretty sure Lazenby passed away in the 90s. I could be wrong. Um,
I
is
do
was
not know,
Bond.
but I mean, oh, okay. See, I don't know whether you've stopped speaking or whether your mic cuts out.
No, no, sorry, I'm done. You're good.
No, but it was like Daniel Craig literally had a breakdown in his movies. Like, this
Yeah.
is supposed to be a guy who is like the top, like the best spy in the world. He can't even compartmentalize his emotions to get the job
Mhm.
done. He was actually jeopardizing his own life and other people's lives
He was jeopardizing
because
the
he was having
security of
a
England.
breakdown. Yes.
Like world security, because this man couldn't. Yes, okay, I think Lazenby might still be alive. He also needs to go and he also needs to go and punch Daniel Craig in the face, because the Daniel Craig, especially in Quantum of Solace and Spectre, I've not seen um No Time to Die. I refuse to watch it.
Is that the
Because
most recent one?
that is the most recent one,
Yeah, that was awful.
because it like, I already know the spoiler, like, he dies at the end. And
But
and the
yeah, that
thing.
was an upside.
Yeah. And so the thing is, it's
Every
like,
cloud.
the I guess the intention for MGM behind that, at least allegedly, I'm gonna put that out there so that I don't get knocked for disinformation. Allegedly, the reason that they had him die at the end of No Time to Die is so his daughter could be, like, trained by, like, would be taken in by MI6 and trained up, and she would take over his 007 status, his double O.
The thing is with Craig, um, did you see his press tour for the previous movie?
When he was in a dress? Or was that
Well, there's that as well. But no, what I meant around Bond was he did a press tour, where they said, "Will you be doing another one?" And I can't remember his exact quote, but it was something like, "I would rather like have horrible things do to me, like have my arm cut
Mhm.
off or something, rather than do another movie. Like I
Yeah.
can't stand this stuff." And he was doing that on the press tour for the movie he was doing. And
Yep.
it's like, you clearly hate the role, and he's like,
Mhm.
"I'm never going to do it again." And they clearly offered him enough money that he did it again. But it's like, I know you don't like what you're doing. You hate
Which-
this role. You don't like anything about it. Why am I supposed to be attached to your character?
Yeah. That was for Spectre. I remember what you're talking about now. That was Spectre. Um, and after watching Spectre, I could see why he has an issue with it because I had an issue with Spectre. But the
Like, you're not even intelligent enough to not say it publicly. Like,
Mhm.
you're in a customer service role. I don't care whether you hate your job. You're
Yeah.
supposed to show a good face to the fans. If you don't want to do it again, fine. You know, you can be polite and move on to the next thing. There's no need to crap on Bond. And like, especially if you're going to do another movie later. Like, if he just got out and gone, "I hate it, I'm never doing it anymore," I can at least
Mhm.
respect he was honest. But he went back.
Well, after why he went back? They had to offer him so they offered him a crap ton of money, but also they could not get anyone else that they wanted. There are men out there who want to play James Bond, but they won't play James Bond the way that Barbara Broccoli wants them to be portrayed now. And considering she is like she has been the issue with Bond since she started helping out with Brosnan. Like she was sort of a big push with what I actually don't mind Brosnan's last film, which was To Die Another
It's by
Day.
far the weakest, and
It
I'm
is
not a big fan of it.
yeah, it's the weakest of the Brosnan films, but I don't hate it, mostly because I love Winter and that Ice Palace spoke to me on levels that were probably unhealthy.
I mean,
Um,
that was
so
cool, but the
I
whole thing, like the invisible car, disgusted me. That like
Really?
I like one of my favorite things about Bond is the gadgets. Like this is
Yes.
one of the key differences between Bond and Jason Bourne. And I remember I read this in a magazine years ago. I can't even remember what it was, but he said, I want to see Bond take out an elevator full of people, with a rocket propelled pen. I don't want to see him do it with 4 precise shots to all the nuts and bolts on the lift. The first one, the gadgets are Bond. The precise shooting and being incredible is Jason Bourne.
Mhm.
And even though I love the rocket propelled pen, I love the laser watches, like I love the cars with the guns and the oil slicks
Oh
and the
my
things that
God.
drop out the back. All of that is amazing. The invisible car took it too far for me. Like, it's got cameras on one side which take pictures and show it on the other. I'm like, this is stupid. No. It
See,
doesn't even
and,
make
like,
sense.
That was
Where are the
Barbara
cameras?
that was Barbara Broccoli's contribution to that movie, and that's probably why I, as a woman, love it, because to me, that's just so, like that's so cool to me. I'm like, "Yes, I
How
would
does
love
it
an
work on
invisible."
glass? Like,
I
it's
don't
just
know, and I
my
don't
brain
care.
rebels. Like, if the glass is LCD screens on the outside, how is he seeing through them? Nothing makes sense.
I don't know and I don't care. It's all I don't know and I don't like that's literally like
Oh,
because my husband brings that up too, and I'm like, I don't know and I don't care. It's
that's
just
too
so
awful.
cool.
I mean, I can suspend disbelief. Like, another Brosnan one again. I don't know if this is Goldeneye as well. I'm probably going to quote that movie a lot. But there's the bit where he comes out of the boat out of MI6 into the Thames, and there's like a jump where he goes up over the boat, lands underwater, like straightens his tie, and then pops up on the other end. I know the making of that scene. They
That is
destroyed every time that boat landed, and they did multiple takes. The boat died. Like, it couldn't physically survive the crash. And even though I know that a boat couldn't survive that, I'm still like, this is cool. It was just built better. I can do that kind of suspension of disbelief. A rocket propelled pen, fine. The car. No, like
This is the car.
everything else, no matter how cheesy or stupid it was in other Bond movies, I can still be like, yeah, fair enough, I can see that. The car just, I don't know, my brain rebels.
That is The World Is Not Enough. That is the one you were talking about. That's The World Is Not Enough. It's after they walk into the vault and his pin triggers the money, and then he sees the guy go off in the speedboat. So then he jumps into Q's retirement fishing boat is what you're talking about. That's the scene, right?
Wasn't
And
it wasn't a fishing boat,
it's
was
the
it?
joke. It's the joke.
Oh,
He
okay.
goes, he's like,
Because
it's
that boat had some stuff on it.
Yeah,
that was an
his
awesome
Bond,
boat.
like that's the other thing too. The Brosnan Bond films and the Connery and even the Sir Roger Moore and the Timothy Dalton film, like those Bond films, you got a preview of the gadgets and the cars, and
Yeah.
then they'd get used later in the movie. There was payoff, there was setup, and there was payoff. And so the scene you're referring to, Bond walks in and he sees the boat, and he's like, he goes, "What's that?" And he's like, "For my retirement." And then someone launches a torpedo out of it, and he's like, "What?" He goes, what for?" And Q's like, "Fishing."
But
Because
that had
Q
to be.
always had those one-liners that to drop, and it was
Oh yeah.
meant for 007, but he didn't obviously wanna tell him that because, the quintessential Q line is, "Please try to return this in one piece," and he never does.
Yeah, but
Um
there had to be that kind of payoff because if you kind of think about how a person in that position would act, right? And I don't know whether it's true because I've not been in the military. Maybe you can confirm. But it's something I've heard a lot in movies that you can enter a room and they start just naturally thinking about where's my exit, like where are
Yeah,
the
I
points of
do
attack
that.
and stuff. Yeah, and so Bond would do the same thing. He
Mhm.
would take stock of all the things around him, what would be
Yep.
used for a weapon, what would be good in each situation, and he would do that naturally. So a passing comment or just seeing someone use something in the side, he'd kind of note that down, and then when a situation happened, he'd probably like run through all that in his head and
Yep.
use things that he'd seen and experienced and tools that he knew about to get the
Mhm.
job done and solve the problem. So it makes sense that he's not just going to pick up something on the side that he's never seen used because he has no idea what it does because they're
Yep.
all designed to be hidden and stuff. So that
Mhm.
payoff makes sense. And then you've got Craig, and he's just like, no, I'm enough. I can do anything on my own
Yeah.
with a gun. I'm like, oh,
With a gun in my fists that are
yeah.
not even
It's
effective.
like I've got the backing of an entire country behind me, but we just give him a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And, like, don't get me wrong, I mean, Walter PPK, like, that is Bond's gun, right? But
Oh
it
yeah.
'cause even
I don't mind
in,
him shooting people.
yeah, in, is it Golden I'm trying to remember. No, that's The World Is Not Enough, when he goes and, he visits, um oh god, now I can't think of his name. Stravinsky, is that what they call him? I can't remember. But he when he's there, and he pulls the gun to the back of his head, and he's like, "Only 3 men I know use such a weapon. I believe I've killed 2 of them." But Bond only uses his gun in that situation because at that, like, Bond calculates. He knew that these are Russian mobsters, these are Russian mafia. They only respond they only respond to force. They only respond to, um like, strength, and like a show of strength. So showing up with gadgets that are hidden are not going to be impressive to these guys, but you show up and you point a gun directly to a Russian's head, he's going to sit down and pour you some vodka and listen to you, right?
Yeah, it's about
So,
using the correct tool for the job, and sometimes that
mhm,
the best tool for is a gun, and
yep,
sometimes it's a rocket propelled pen.
exactly. And I think one of my favorite
Sometimes
gadgets
it's just
is
how he looks.
sometimes it is just how he looks. Oof. Um, I think one of my favorite gadgets, and I know it's in the weakest film, but I loved the idea of the ultrasonic ring in
Shatters the glass. Yeah.
yeah. I actually thought that cuz she being part of MI6 is like, get the gun and get the watch and the glasses, right? Like she's taking off this other stuff, but it never occurs to her because she like it's death. The line of it really is death for breakfast. So they've taken his gun. She's pulled the bullets out of his gun, so it's useless, right? And they take the watch. She's like, give the watch. She's stripping him down because she's using her knowledge of the gadgets to remove any type of anything that he could possibly use for escape or whatever, right? And then he purposefully antagonizes the punch to his gut so he can go to the ground without them being suspicious, right? And then he spins the ring and it shatters the glass and he escapes. And because even she, with her knowledge of MI6, like, she overlooked the ring. And I just thought that that's so cool because the thing about Bond is a lot of his some of those gadgets that like in GoldenEye, the 3-click pen, it's
Oh
very
yeah.
it's very unassuming. Like that's the thing about the Bond gadgets. The he not everything is is loud and obvious like his watch. Some of it is very subtle. The pen, the ring, the glasses that are X-ray vision. Like looking at those thin framed glasses, you'd never think that those were X-ray vision glasses. You'd think that they were tinted glasses as a fashion statement. You'd never think that he was able to do infrared and X-ray with those.
But
And
you saw with that pen thing, like how his brain works,
yep,
because multiple things are going on in that scene, but he's still counting and keeping track
yep,
of how many clicks are in that thing. And so he
yep.
probably had like multiple plans because he didn't know it was accidentally gonna land in there. He's like hoping for it and stuff, but allowed him like
He was hoping for a
there's
distraction at best. Like he was hoping for a distraction or better. Because obviously when the pen explodes, you know it's gonna make a boom, even if it doesn't.
yeah, but he's keeping track of everything in the room that he could possibly use at any one time, no matter
Yes.
how complicated it is. So
Hmm.
sometimes maybe you do just need to punch people and get out of there, or something. Maybe you can, if you're aware of your surroundings, because it's been a bit like I see it. Sometimes it's happened in Sherlock Holmes movies and stuff, where you see how Holmes thinks, and it like will
Yes.
zoom in on certain details, and he'll like notice them and use that, like when it's showing you how he works out all of his deductions. And I
Hmm.
kind of think that Bond, although you don't see it, is probably something similar, but with
Hmm.
like lethal tools. And
Yes.
one of my favorite things about Brosnan is that whole bit with the boat where he went under the water. That
Hmm.
whole straightening his tie thing, that wasn't scripted. He just did that when he went under
I
the water.
know.
They thought it was cool, so they kept it in. I'm like, that is someone who personifies Bond. Like,
Yes.
he even went, like, it's not scripted. He was just Bond, and so every action that he did fit in with the character.
Hmm.
And
Well,
you
it's just
don't
like
get that with someone like Crow.
yeah, no, not at all. And even so, it's Goldeneye again when he busts through the he's in the tank and he busts through the
Mm,
wall and then
yeah.
he's got all this debris on him and he goes and what does he do? He straightens his tie because he is an English gentleman after all. Um but he's like a rogue. He's just an English gentleman on the surface, but I really my my big thing when it comes to Craig's Bond, because even when you compare him to Lazenby's Bond, he doesn't look like he is having fun.
What,
He
he doesn't look like Bond. He's not suave, sophisticated. He's like, there are some people that you can put in a suit. Like the phrase, you scrub up well? It's like, yeah,
yes.
some people can be sloppy, but you put them in a suit, you do the hair, and they just look the part.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what you do to Craig, he just looks rough.
Yes.
And that's what it is. I think my mom used to call it like a sack of potatoes in a suit. And it's like, there are
Mhm.
just some people,
And then
you
you
put them in a
have
suit, they just look the same. Like, he didn't even
yes.
shave properly or anything.
No. He didn't like it's crazy that first one he was in Casino Royale um where he gets her that dress, but then she gets him that tux. And she's like, I sized you up as well. And the thing is, I think that was probably my first warning that this was going to be um a more delicate Bond, I guess is how I'll put that. Because even if you look like Moore would have never put up with that. Connery should sure as hell never would have, right? Like, would he have expected his woman to maybe get him a suit or get him something? Sure, but the quippy one-liner that followed was not something like when it's a direct insult to him, right? Pussy Galore got backhanded when when she said something like that, and then they wrestle around in the barn, and then they make out, right? And because the thing is, if you go back to when Connery wakes up on the plane and she's got a gun on him, right? This is how Bond it is like how he wakes up, she has a gun pointed at him. And the first thing out of her mouth is like, "My name is Pussy Galore," and he's like, "I must be dreaming." Like he is in heaven at that point. He's got this beautiful woman. He knows he can overpower her. He's not threatened by the gun in his face, and she gives him her name, and he's immediately got a like he's taken stock of the situation. He's not concerned, and he actually just he's very much like, I must be dreaming. Like, he is in an ideal scenario for him where he gets to have a little bit of a challenge, but not anything that he can't, like, no woman is too much for him to handle. Her name is on point for what James is looking for. It's just, it, it's quintessential Bond. It's so fantastic, and I loved that about him.
The thing
And
is, if Bond got into a situation that he knew he couldn't handle, he'd still react exactly the same way. Because
oh yeah,
he wouldn't like panic or anything.
No.
He still would have dealt with it the best way he could, and if he died, then he was doing it for Queen and Country anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd done a good job.
Yep.
So he had no fear of kind of death. He was like living on the edge the entire time. That's what he enjoyed.
Yeah. That's why he is the way he is, because he could die at any moment. So why wouldn't he drink the best scotch or the best vodka martini or smoke the best cigars, wear the fanciest watches, sleep with the most beautiful women? Like, he's just, yeah, exactly, Shane Nolan. He's cavalier. Like, he knows that he could be dead at any minute, whether it's poison, a bullet, an explosion, betrayal, however it might come. He knows that he is running towards death. He knows that he's going to meet it head on at some point. He knows it's coming. And so rather than allow that to make him miserable or, ineffective, he uses it as a means to be like, literally, this could be my last night on earth. I'm going to sleep with this beautiful woman. This could be my last night on earth. I'm going to throw it all down on that's what makes him such a good poker player. Like, I don't know if you've ever played poker, but when you bluff, you have to be willing, like, the best bluffers are the ones who are willing to lose it all. They're the ones, because you can't ever tell if they're bluffing or not. So when it comes to watching Bond play poker, that's why he's such an efficient and effective poker player, is because he reads people, he reads situations. He'll be able to tell if you're a more cautious player or if you're more aggressive, and he'll play you. Because when you play poker, you don't play the cards, you play the people at the table. That's what poker's about. It's a game of deception. And so to know that and to watch that, it's really heartbreaking to just see how, like, the way Pierce Brosnan handled the card table, and then watching Daniel Craig handle the card table, because
Well, that was, yeah, because they followed back to back, which makes it even more like stark. It's like if you used like Doctor Who, instead of having a shot like a slow decline over the ages of just less and less people caring, it'd be like going from Tennant to Whittaker. Like back to back. Like, what even is this?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's devastating. And like, when you, oh God. So everybody's like, yeah, but and don't get me wrong. First of all, I will put her picture up on the screen, because if I could look like I've said this before, Bond is known for basically 4 things. And one of the main things is gorgeous women. And Ava Green has that in spades. She is breathtaking. I love it so much. She's just like, holy crap. And the fact that
You cut
people
out
always
again.
bring up, oh, stupid Mike. I will find that short, I swear. Or I'll just
After
buy a new.
breathtaking. It's like you pause to really take in the thought.
Okay, well, to sum up, Eva Green is gorgeous, and But I hate that people always use Casino Royale, the scene where she walks in the dress, and they're like, "Well, that is definitely Bond girl." And it is, but Bond is not Bond.
No.
Like when she walks in, cuz he's already an appreciator of beauty. Like he's already clocked her. He's already got her number, right? And so when she walks in, it's meant to distract the other men, but it totally gets him. And it's irritating because he has not been himself at the table. He has not been Bond the entire time he's been playing. But you get this very Bond moment where she walks in and she's just like dressed to kill, literally. And it's it's frustrating because I think it's like within the next 10 seconds he gets fed poison and runs away from the table. Like he doesn't have here's the thing, they would have known going in that someone was going to try and kill him some way, and the easiest way to do that would be when he's sitting at the table, which means they would have laced the cards or they would have laced his drink or they would have laced his chair, something of that nature, right? Because Bond, there's been time like they've attempted to poison Bond many times. And so it would have made sense for him to have like a some kind of gadget that was an antitoxin, right? Just like a broad antitoxin so that he could have continued to keep playing rather than running out of the card game. And yes, he sits down and he's like, that last hand nearly killed me. But honestly, even when he delivered that line, he was bored. You know what I mean? Like Craig just seemed bored. And it's thinking to how much I love this series, and I pretty much every British male I've ever spoken to loves James Bond. I have to imagine
Yeah,
that there
it's
are
like Doctor Who. It's part of our culture.
yeah, like I have to imagine that there are thousands of men who would love to play James Bond and do him justice. And
Yes,
they
but
find the one
it.
guy who clearly hates Bond.
Yeah, I mean, the moment he didn't like Bond, they should have got rid of him. But
Yeah,
you kind of think that the creators agree. Like the creators didn't want Bond to be Bond. That was the problem.
I
It's
know.
not a case of it's not the act. No, I don't know whether it's true or not. There's like a memory of Craig saying that he didn't like the gadgets. He felt a lot of them were used for the sake of it. I'm like, well, yeah, it's Bond.
Mhm.
Like you're disliking a fundamental aspect of Bond there.
Yep.
So I think he had his input in what he was going to be,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, the creators are the ones with the final
Oh, yeah.
say.
Barbara
So
Broccoli, like I said, she was responsible for the invisible car, and that's a very here's that's a very girl thing. That's a very girl thing. I don't know why women love stuff that makes us invisible, because we always claim that we want like, I actually so
well, yeah, I don't think
uh
you can say that with that dress on the screen.
yeah, that's true. So here's the thing. If women, I'll put it this way. If women are not the center of attention like this right here, if we know that we're not the most beautiful woman in the room, we either want to make them disappear, whoever our I
Oh,
guess
yeah, but that's the competitive instinct.
yeah,
That's
like we either want them to be invisible or we want to be invisible so that we can like I guess suss stuff out and gather some information or whatever. But like the what kill like you know that scene in just about every chick flick in the 90s and early 2000s, and it's called the Cinderella moment where the girl comes to the stop at the top of the stairs, the spotlight comes on her and every head turns and sees her at the top of the stairs and they're all just like
oh yeah,
that
yeah.
scene. Every girl at some point in her life, myself included, has wanted
Well,
to
that's supposed to be the
be
wedding day moment. That's supposed to
yes,
be like you walking
that's
in the dress.
yes. And so that's what I'm saying. Like I've had my moment. It was my wedding day. So like I've had that and I really don't need it again, right? Cuz I the way that I look at it is I was able to blow my husband's socks off and that's really what I was there to do. And the fact that so when you get women in a room who are either insecure or very competitive and single, like they all want to be the object of everyone's attention, which is the purpose of this scene. She is supposed to be the object of everybody's attention. She's supposed to distract,
Yeah, but
right?
I watched the Craig films once and I never watched them again because I didn't like them. But isn't she the one where she's like, we've got this much money and I know you think you can pull me, but I can resist you. And it just came off the entire wrong way. It was the exact opposite of what nearly all of the women, but like, yeah, they may have resisted a bit, but she was like an arse about it. It's the best way I can describe it.
No, that was
like, she's so strong.
Her.
I'm like, no, I hate everything about this.
Yeah, no, that was exactly her. She sat down, and it wasn't a pussy galore moment. That is for sure.
No, there was nothing flirty about it. No. She was deliberately like put down. Like it was meant to humiliate him.
Yeah, she was being derogatory and demeaning towards him. She was speaking.
I'm the one in control here.
Yep, and so she's not at all. She's using her sexuality as a weapon, but it's not because she's attracted to him or she is literally using it as like a power play over him. She's saying, I'm gorgeous, I know it, you'll never get me, and I have all the money. You are just along for the ride. I am the one with the power.
Now there's an element of that though that I like to a degree, because in Alias they kind of did it. She would always dress up in dresses and wigs and stuff, and she would get people into scenarios by using like her womanhood to control people. And I think that's what a female spy would do. You'd use the assets that you've got. You can't physically overpower people, so you would use your body in that kind of way. But it wouldn't come along with this really kind of arrogant, masculine domination kind of attitude, because that would put people off. It would go directly against what you were trying to do in the first place.
Absolutely.
Now, I've been watching Hustle. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No.
Hustle is a British show about a group of con men, but in that there's it's incredible series. It really is. I went to get a 3-second clip and I've ended up rewatching the entire show. It's got like 8 seasons, so it's that good. I forgot how good it was. But in that there's always they've always got like the attractive woman as part of the crew, and even when she's not trying to, she's still got that kind of allure about her. Even when she's just with people, it's just part of her personality, because you can't fake that. It's like you could learn to do it, but if you're also got this really sort of cowish, arrogant, domineering attitude, then it's going to shine through into the rest of you. So
absolutely,
it's like it doesn't seem realistic that she'd be able to. Like, you can look that way, but the moment anyone talks to you, they'd know.
It's a turnoff. It's a turnoff.
It's masculine. It's the I'm in charge, arrogant domination. It's the power. You're going after the control, and it's like it's not really what you're supposed to be luring people. Actually, the rings of power thing about you're not supposed to force people together. You're supposed to coax things. That's actually a good thing for this, because that attitude is the force, the domination, the control. I'm doing this through sheer force of will. Whereas if you want to actually use kind of more kind of feminine charms to lead someone, then it is coaxing. You actually have to get them to agree to do something, and that means you've got to be nice.
Yep. You have to. You have to have an air of. So I don't know how much of this is true, but there was a female pickup artist, and she
isn't that just asking?
Apparently. Well,
have you seen the studies about that? They're incredible.
But her whole shtick was to get, so women and men grade differently. I did not know this. Women and men grade differently.
Massively differently.
So when she says that, so this female pickup artist thing was that you could get the guy who is, if you're a 6, you can get a 9 using these psychology tricks. And
asking,
the thing that she said to do was to go up and actually ask them She's like, don't ask them for the time. Don't ask them for their number. Don't even ask them if they're interested in you. Walk up and simply ask if they have a napkin. If they like, just whatever it might be, say that, like, say your lipstick smudged and you don't have anything with you. Would they happen to have a napkin or a handkerchief? Because her whole thing is, if you're trying to, this is where I found out men and women grade differently. Men who are in the nines for women are making a comfortable living and should have a handkerchief on them because that's the class that they're in. And so they'll have some type of something. And she's
Was
like,
this woman living in the 70s?
Nope, because she said
Because I've literally never met anyone who's like, apart from maybe my granddad, who's got a handkerchief.
Oh, well, men in suits have the pocket square
True.
thing.
No, okay, no, true. Yeah, I get
is what
okay.
she's getting at. And she's like, but even if they don't, she's like, if a man is interested in you, he'll offer you, like, he'll like use his thumb, or he may, ask the barkeep for you to get a napkin or something like that. If you're in like a social situation like that, he'll get a napkin for you, right? And like, I was listening to her this whole time while she's talking, and her thing was, she's like, the reason being is she's like, now you're in their debt. You've come to them because you've needed help. And she didn't even realize what she was saying, but like, she finishes it up. She goes, I kid you not, with pure disdain in her voice, she goes ahead and she says, she's like, because for some reason, men want to feel needed. They want to feel like you need them to help you with stuff. And I was like,
well, otherwise, what's the purpose for them?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, you mean protective, like natural instinct? I was like, that makes perfect sense. I said, all you're doing is taking real, like, factual information and you're using it to try and pick up guys who would be normally out of your league.
No, well, this is the point. I don't think. I mean, obviously, it depends what she's picking them up for. But she could have just also gone up and asked him if he wanted to go upstairs, and she would have got the same response. Like, she's overcomplicating everything. Well, now, if it's for longer term, then okay, I could see that.
It was to land the guy.
If
not
you're
to
a
sleep with the guy.
If you're a pickup artist, then I don't think you're after one person. So in that case, just ask. It's like, men are simple creatures. Like there was a study that a man and a woman went around just asking people, "Do you want to?" And all the women, 100%, said no. All of them. And they said that I think it was like 98 or 95% of some people, because they had to classify it with the men. They either said yes, or they were incredibly apologetic. They said, I'm sorry, I would, but I've got a wife. Which is kind of a yes, but they said they were literally apologizing that I can't. So it's like, it's entirely different. But yeah. I can understand if you are after a more longer term thing, then yes, that's not a good strategy.
Well, no, that's not it.
But then you're not a pickup artist, are you? So.
Yeah, no, that was her whole shtick. Well, see, because for her, like, what she explained was that picking up is different for men and women. She's like, men pick up for a night, women pick up for a lifetime. She's like, if you want that husband, nonsense. I'll tell you how to get him. And I was
I've long said that actually men don't make the first move and have never made the first move. I think we're now in an area where women have forgot how to. Yeah. But because now it's like, well, men should approach me. It's like, yeah, but men never just did. That women would always like give you looks or glances or smiles. There would be some kind of signal that I like you, you should come over. So yeah, the men were the ones that approached, but the women were the ones that made themselves available, if that makes sense. The first signal was always her. And now I think that's kind of lost.
Well, because if you now, I have not watched She-Hulk, but you have in painful detail.
They've released an hour-long behind-the-scenes video of it.
Don't
It's a third of the series. They've made a third of the series length behind-the-scenes video.
Oh God! But in She-Hulk, I believe I watched all of your reviews. Isn't she like she's she's sleeping with these guys, but she's still
She's
lonely.
incredibly picky. She
Yeah.
requires them to have a pulse. But that was the thing. She literally, like, it was so weird because when she went on as herself, she didn't get anyone, which is unrealistic as it is, right? Because if she just existed on those apps, she would have had people. So it's that wasn't her, because the actress would definitely have been having people like say yes. That was once again the writers kind of putting themselves in that position, I think. But when she was She-Hulk, she got loads of people, but she was so one of the guys, he was like, what was it? He was a doctor, but he wasn't just a doctor. He was curing cancer in kids. So he's incredibly wealthy, who's also doing things for kids, who's also, he was like a big kind of bodybuilder kind of guy. He was jacked. Really good looking, but also when he went back to her place, because, you know, he offered her to half a plate of chips, so that was enough. She left, and when she came back, he was reading the feminist literature book that she just had lying by the side. So he was also a massive. They simultaneously got someone who was like everything that would make you kind of a strong masculine guy, but he was also incredibly submissive and would let her do everything.
Those two can't exist together.
Exactly. These people didn't exist, and they had it later on with another guy. He was another guy who kind of approached her, but his first words were, "I'm sorry." He says, "I'm sorry, I'm bad at this, I don't know what I'm doing, I haven't worked out how to approach you." And they simultaneously wanted someone who was masculine, wealthy, could provide, protect, but was submissive and let them completely dominate them.
Men don't do that. Men don't apologize, like, unless it's a line, unless it's like,
no, this was their fantasy.
Yeah.
You get this a lot. It was like, what was it? Women want someone who is. It's all like the contradictions. So you want someone who's strong but sensitive. It's like stoic, but can open up, can listen to me, but take control. Knows what he wants, but will provide me everything. You know, everything's like contradictory all the way. And then it just goes, and men, they're just kind of happy if you're naked. It's like, those are the two like things. And she literally wanted a contradictory man that can't physically exist.
Wait, okay, really quick, I'm just gonna, so Miss Smart Muses, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, thanks for being you. Well, thank you for being you. You are amazing. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Mwah. And then Subhuman84, hello, sir. Much love and respect for you too. He also sends a $20 super sticker that says, you are amazing. You guys are showering me with some love and praise today that must be for Disparu. He is amazing. Disparu, you are amazing. So thank you for being on here with me. And then Lord Thoth agrees with you, by the way, Disparu. He says boobs.
Yes. It's like men are simple creatures. This is why it's so incredible when very few women seem to understand men at all. And it's like they get things wrong, or they insinuate things, or they assume something. It's like men are incredibly, like, we're literally telling you what we want. And it's like, the only thing you have to do is listen to it. And it's like, no, actually, I think you need to do this. And like, no, we're telling you. Like, there is no games. There is no weird thing. Men are very simple creatures.
Yeah. When I was active duty, we were going around and we were talking about our ideal date. And I was like, you know what I would love? I would love to go like paintballing, and we'd be on opposite teams, and then, you know, just have like a picnic afterwards and then hang out and talk about who's a better shooter. You know, just like that fun competitiveness, because you're on opposite teams. So then it's like you have to kind of be against each other, but also you're like for each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, I'd prefer to be on the same side.
Yeah? How come?
Because I wouldn't want to shoot her in the face.
See, that's the okay.
I'm too competitive. I wouldn't let her win, but I'd feel like I'd have to let her win, but I wouldn't want to. And I also wouldn't want to hurt her.
Yes. See,
So
okay, I would use that to my
I would rather like she be
Yes.
behind me and I
Mhm.
protect her. Like she can
Okay.
help, obviously, shooting people, but I
Yes.
would want to be the one. Like I'd want to be the one taking point and stuff. But I do that in
Yeah.
games as well. Like if
Mm.
I like co-op kind of games, and there's a lot of things where they're like SWAT teams and stuff, and I'm
Yes.
always the one who takes point and leads. And like they're the ones who's back up, so they cover the other angles and stuff. But I'd feel like that's the same. That's what I find fun. Like
Mhm.
if I came round a corner and she's there, I wouldn't want to shoot her.
Yes, I know.
That
I
seems
know,
wrong.
and see, that's the thing, I use that to my advantage. Like, you the same reasons that you don't want me to be on the opposite teams are the same reason I want to be on the opposite team, because I know that mentality, and so I am going to use that to my advantage and, like, shoot you, giggle, and run away.
Yeah,
Like,
but you realize what would happen if you did that, right? You'd do it once, and I'd be like, she's not winning this. And then I
did I
like
cut
from
out?
that point on, it would be no holds barred. I'd be competitive as hell. And if
I
you
know,
came round,
I know,
I'm
but
shooting
see,
you in the
okay.
face.
Okay, but
And
remember remember how we said that girls like to be chased? Like, this is a scenario that you are forced to, like, actually physically chase me without it being, like, any type of an issue. Like, nobody could make an issue of it, right? So, the same reasons that you don't want me on the opposite teams are the reasons I want to be on the opposite team, because if I come running around the corner and I take my helmet off and I put my hands up and I'm like, "It's me, it's me, it's me," and then you hesitate, I'm gonna exploit that hesitation. Now, that's
and
if
that happened once,
I
exactly
know.
once.
Well, see, the second time, oh my god, I cannot believe I'm gonna tell you this strategy. The
Yeah, but
second
yeah, but this
time I flash you.
okay, that'd work.
I know.
You got me there.
I know.
I had this tactic wasn't even like in my repertoire. I'd not even considered this as a possibility.
I know. That's why it would work.
Yep, that's yeah.
It's or thought. See what I boobs.
This is what I mean about men are simple creatures. It's like the moment you said that, I was like, okay, you've played the trump card there.
Right? So, cause like the thing is, you're like, okay, I've got you the second time. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
it's like
falling for it again.
no, I'd already put my because this is the thing, right? I can put myself into positions like that easily, so I knew exactly the frame of mind I was in. I was even feeling like, right, she's annoyed me this time. There's absolutely no way I'm letting her get away with this. So I'm already going through that
Yes.
situation, and then like I'd flash her like, oh crap.
I know. And then I shoot you again.
You'd have to.
Sorry.
This is a thing, though. It'd have to be a third time, and like you again.
I know, but if
The
I
only thing I'm not sure about is whether that would work multiple times. That's what I can't say.
I think it probably would. I just based on my experience, not that I have ever done this, obviously, but boobs seem to work repeatedly.
They are pretty magical. Yeah, yeah.
Stairs gets shot. Worth it.
Worth it. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, worth it.
It's just, oh my gosh. It's like that's the
You
thing.
know
The
what would
first
be the
time
next thing? You know, if
Mm,
like you came around the corner and they shot you, and then you played injured, and he's like,
oh,
"Oh no, what have I done to?" And then you shoot him. That would also work for a third time.
yes, that would work for a third time. And it's just so like that the reason I would do that is because it's slightly kind of like we were talking about like what they do with Alias, like it's me using me using my assets to exploit a weakness that I know is there. But I'm
Yes.
obviously not going to do so. I don't recommend doing that with anybody you're
But
not
notice
involved
how
with,
none of
by
that
the
was
way.
dominant. You
No, none
still
of it.
won, but not a
Yes.
single one of it was dominant. And I think
Mm-mm.
this is what's underestimated, especially in modern movies. Everything is based around masculine dominance because they think that's how you control things. It's like, no, you don't realize. For all the talk they on about subverting expectations, they don't understand that you can use other things to control things in a kind of a more passive way by
Mhm.
using something deeper than just force.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Um it's so true. Like it's I was I, like I said, I don't recommend using that strategy on someone that you're not with. Like, if that makes
Well,
sense.
obviously, yeah. Don't go
Obviously.
around
Like,
randomly flashing people.
yeah, don't just go yeah, don't go around and randomly flash people. Like, I'm gonna clarify this with please make sure that
No,
you're with the person you're using that
yeah,
strategy
you
on.
already did. You were like,
Mhm.
if we were together, that
Yes.
was in a relationship kind of that, even if it's like a date or whatever it was, then yeah, obviously.
But then, like, the fun thing is that he now is so he's now purposefully trying he's like, "Okay, it's not gonna work on me this time. I am
Yep.
gonna do it." But, like, you already but then the situation comes along and then he's just like, "Yeah, I can't." And so that's my opening. But something else that I do love to do, and you brought it up, and I muted my mic and swooned a little bit. The fact that you want to be point and you want me to have your back, I love that too. So, like, when we
Well,
would
I
go
think that's a natural instinct for men,
mhm,
though.
it really is. And but the thing too is like, when like if my husband takes point, I it's just natural for me to fall in behind him. Like, I shouldn't say if. When my husband takes point, it's just natural for me to fall in behind him. Now, if there's a situation that arises that I have um like what is the I can't now the term has left me. Um specific knowledge on. You know what I mean? Like, if I have the easiest thing for me to default to is our MOSs, right? So I worked on like oxygen and life-saving equipment and parachutes and all this kind of stuff. And he worked on jet engines. And so if we get into a situation where about probably 65 to 70% of my job was to tie knots that do not come untied, because it's what's literally holding, like, they're the safety knots that are literally holding stuff together, and the only thing that's going to make
Mm.
them burst is if the CADs, which are the cartridge actuated devices, so small explosives, blow them open. So that means that those threads, those knots, have to hold against like 3,000 pounds of pressure. It's insane. Like, when you look at everything that's in the book about exactly what those knots are holding back, you understand why you have to tie them, right? So when I when we get into a situation, if it's like a puzzle, like a knot puzzle, or something that has to be tied, or like anything that has to do with that type of stuff, or like material, like, is this material flammable, is it rippable, like, because
Yeah, you're
having
going
done
into way too much detail. Like, I know the point you're
sorry,
going for.
my bad.
Like, you're
I
giving
get
the
excited. Can you
example.
tell that I love that stuff? um
I can, but what
my
I think
bad.
where I think you're heading is
He
like,
lets me do it.
well, yeah, but obviously because that's part of being a leader. A leader,
Mhm.
and this is one of they don't understand, and the reason they don't understand is because they're not leaders. These are people that have seized control, who never should have been in the position in the first place, because they
Mhm.
do not have the qualities of being a leader in the first place, so they don't
Mhm.
understand. But if a leader isn't about, which is what they think it is, just being entirely they think, right, okay, authority structures. They think authority structures are based around power and
Mhm.
dominance. Like, people are only at the top because of sheer force. They didn't get there through merits, they didn't get there through understanding, and so they simply, through fear, control, power, dominance, are the ones that rose to the top of the hierarchy, which is how
Mhm.
they think they get there and how they get there. But
Yeah.
actually, that's not how structures work. They're based off merit, they're based off knowledge. Well, one of the things that makes you a good leader, and gives you the merit of being a leader, is that you understand that you need to delegate. And
Mhm.
so, if you know that somebody knows more than you ask them, and you may let them do the job.
Yep.
You still make the decision. You make the decision to let them do that job, but you're also intelligent, knowledgeable enough, you're full of enough humility that you can let them take. A good leader lets other people lead when they're
Mhm.
better at it.
Yes.
And
Well,
they
and it's
take it
not
under advisement.
yeah, and it's not even that like, people see that, like, this is the problem of today, like, they don't wanna ask for help. Like, "We're gonna do it this way because it's the way I've decided, even if it's wrong." And they think that that is a show of strength, and that's not. That what they're confusing is a they're a tyrant and a leader. They are
Yes.
think
Yeah, they think
they're
everything is based on tyranny. But that's why they think
yes.
masculinity needs to be destroyed, because they think that masculinity is power. They think that everything men do is based off power and force. It's like the woman on screen. She was, yes, simultaneously a woman and feminine with sort of physically, but her attitude was very masculine, dominant,
Yes.
forceful. And so she was like, I'm going to do this, you're going to do this, you're not going to let me do this. And it's like, what if he's better at it? You know,
Mhm.
what if what you don't want to happen is actually the better scenario? A
Yep.
good leader has humility enough to like you know your strengths and you know your weaknesses and you know what other people can fill in. And they don't realize masculinity isn't just about dominance in that way. It is, I think men especially know their flaws and their weaknesses
Oh
because I
yeah.
think they need to. For
Yep.
instance, if you look at Galadriel. Galadriel's a great example. She
Mm.
went around acting like a complete arse to everybody. There's a
Yes.
reason that men, because they thought that was masculine, they thought that was dominant, they thought that's how you should be to go around leading the world. It was her being the masculine kind of force. There's a
Mhm.
reason men don't do that. There's a reason men don't act that way, because there's always a bigger fish than you, and
Yep.
you will get punched in the face and end up on the floor if you go around acting like an arse. Every single man knows if I say the wrong thing to the wrong person, I'm going to end up on the floor. And that
Yep.
is a restraining force that makes you take stock of what you're good at, what you can do, what you can't do, who you could take, who you can't, how you should act in a scenario. Maybe you need to use honey in this scenario. Maybe you could act dominant in that scenario. You use the best tool for the job.
Mhm.
And there's a whole side that, because they don't understand essentially what the reason why structures are created, they think everything is down to force, and that's why they think masculinity needs to be destroyed, because
Mhm.
they think it's based off force and power. They think everyone's a tyrant.
Yep. Yep. And it's the only thing that they like. The thing that they're seeming to forget is, in order to follow someone willingly, I'll add that, because obviously there were plenty of people who fought for things they didn't believe in because they had literal guns to their head, or they were being we sort of talked about this beforehand. Like, this is the reason Bond should never be married, is because it's a weakness that could be exploited. It's an attachment.
Yes.
and
Yeah. He's
and
married to Queen and Country.
Yes, exactly. And so that's why Bond should never be married, because it is a weakness to be exploited, because men do not respond to blackmail unless it's usually threatening someone that they love. And usually that blackmail only lasts as long as as they perceive it to be viable. Like, if if they know that they can kill you and the threat ends, you're a dead man walking. It's just a question of when they find you.
Well, look at
Like,
Taken. That's
yes,
basically Taken. They took her and he just went on a rampage. He would have
basically,
walked
yeah.
through anything to protect his family.
Yes, exactly. And so it's very hard. It's very hard for me to watch modern shows where the women, I don't know what it is, but I have a really, really big problem with short women who are like, I don't know if this is just because I don't know what it is, but short women who have a temper, I'm actually okay with. But short women who are like the screamers, like they'll get into they'll like pull you down and scream in your face. If it's not a comedy bit, I have a problem with that, because what you are doing, what feminists don't realize, is you are trusting that the man is a decent enough human being that he's
Yes.
not going to bitch slap you. And so
Yes.
you've already given up that power the power you're trying to squeeze through your hands. You've given it up over to them because you are trusting
Ooh.
them to not harm you.
I
And
don't think that's it. I think it's the knowledge that you live in a society where you're the one in control. You're the, if you want to use one of their words, you're the privileged person in that scenario, because
mhm,
you know that no matter what you do in a situation, he can do nothing back to you because you
yes,
have everything on your side.
which
It's not
makes
so
you a
much relying on
sociopath.
him. You're relying on the fact that he's intelligent enough to know that he has no power in that scenario.
Mhm. Yeah, that is actually a much better summarization of it. You're
Like,
right.
you're being the tyrant, and
Yep.
like you're the weaker person. but you're abusing the power which society has put in your hands.
Mm-hmm. And I just have a real problem with it because that's the thing that feminists don't realize. You are literally banking on societal pressure and the threat of incarceration, which is one of the few things that work on men in terms of like behavior modification outside of family members that they care about. It's not even public image unless they have they don't care how they look. Like threatening to share a picture of their, junk around isn't going to do it. But if you threaten to make them look bad and they have subordinates under them, so it's not even family. Let's say that they own a company or they have employees and you threaten to make them look bad and it's going to cause their employees an issue, men respond to that. It's always about the threat of someone else's well-being almost exclusively that causes men to do things outside of what they would normally do or to react in a way that is more like I don't even know what the word would be, radical to their normal behavior. It's almost exclusively to do with other people's well-being.
But that's the weird contradiction. And to bring it back to Bond in like with Eva and like her scene with the money, it's a case of even that relied on the fact that Bond wasn't going to do anything he shouldn't. She's like she's playing the person who as if she's the one who could physically win the scenario. That's her attitude. I'm the dominant one, when actually she's relying on him being good because he could overpower anytime he wanted to. He chose not to. And so it's why it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're the one who's acting like you're the one who's physically in control. And I think this is why a lot of men, which, okay, I'm going to speak for myself. I think this is why I don't like it. Because of that's not like you're acting. If I go through the world knowing like who you could beat in a fight and who you couldn't, you kind of know who you could push and who you couldn't.
Yeah.
And you've simultaneously got someone acting as if they think they could take you in a fight. That's the way they're acting.
Yes.
They could treat you in a certain way that would deserve, like you'd be fully kind of justified in that way. That's the kind of the kind of egging you on in that kind of way. But simultaneously, they shouldn't be because they should know better, and it doesn't work. And these kind of attitudes and personalities and stuff, when something contradicts reality like that, even if it's a film, even if it's meant to be entertainment, it pulls you out of it because it goes against like a deeper kind of instinctual evolutionary thing that everybody knows.
Yep. It directly contradicts like our core of existence, and you can't ignore it. And that's why
I think that's why some men laugh at it.
Like,
yeah, I think everyone's seen like this short girl screaming at him, and he just laughs because it's like, what do you even think you're doing?
Yeah, she'll punch him. She'll punch him in the junk maybe one time, and like you said, when in the paintball scenario, obviously I'm doing that in like a fun kind of like flirty way. But if like a woman intentionally wants to hit a guy, she'll hit his junk one time, and then like once he recovers, it's game over. Like it's so.
Oh, the thing is, I've seen some clips. There was a clip in the street, and these two girls were going at a guy, and he was backing up, right? They were being aggressive, and so like he couldn't back up anymore without walking into a road with cars going in. So he defended himself. They went straight on the floor, but then they got up and came back at him. I was amazed, and he looked amazed, so he ran off. He ran off rather than do it again, and it's like. I don't know what you thought you were doing. I don't know if you thought you were going to win, but it was obviously you wouldn't.
Yeah. No.
But I do think that movies and entertainment are kind of responsible for that in a way. That they give people a false perception of their abilities.
Yeah, I have a big problem. Oh, let me do these super chats real quick, and then I'll
be right back.
Okay. X-ray. Wait, Disbrew. X-ray girl says
I'm here.
Make a great you make a great shield.
Yeah, just like hide behind someone in a paintball thing.
Hide behind Disbrew.
Because that'd be the thing. Even with your paintball example, I'd be like, because I've never been paintballing, but I have heard it hurts. And it's like even that, I'd be like, I don't want to hurt you, but if you start shooting me, well, all bets are off now. So now you're gonna have to rely on something else.
Yep, boobs. That's why we rely on the boobs.
Yes. They also act as like extra chest padding, the protection.
Something like that, yes. No, but see, the thing is too, because you usually do around maybe like 6 or 7 rounds of paintball. So after like the 3rd round, I'd probably join your team, and then like
You'd take
have
advantage of every
yes,
opportunity and then switch.
absolutely, absolutely.
I
Because
like how you've got all this planned out.
I've never done it before though. Just never, ever, ever have I done that before. No, but I'm just saying. Hey, look. If you study, here's the thing, Disbrew. I don't know how much like strategy you've ever like read on, or history that you've read up on. But
I like
it's
strategy.
I
Put
do
it that way.
too. And so the
Game
best
theory.
strategy you can have is knowing how to exploit your strengths that will simultaneously exploit your opponent's weaknesses. And because I don't want to harm the overall relationship, because I'm not stupid, like you can't, you can't, treat a man like that, even if it is flirty and fun. Eventually,
You couldn't humiliate him.
yeah, you could unintentionally humiliate him. So the way that you get around that is, like I said, you do it for maybe 2, 3 rounds, and then you switch teams. You go to his team, and then you're like, okay, because now I'm out of my element. I knew how to, catch you off guard. I knew how to use my assets, as it were, to, take out you, who's a better shot than I am, who's more aggressive than I am, who is, better at this overall than I am. So then what I will do is I'll go to my husband and I'll be like, all right, babe, I'm going to defer to you. Where do you want me? My husband knows where I'm most effective. And so he'll be like, okay, this is where we need you, or this is where we need you. I'm actually a semi decent shot.
Well, I should hope so. But because you two are in the military, do you just like own at paintball? Because I don't know anyone that's in the military. It's actually surprised me, sort of in this sort of area of YouTube. There's a lot of veterans, loads.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
We
ever
love
met anyone
escapism.
in real life that's been in the army, but there's so many people that are seeing chats and stuff that have been in it that were all veterans. But
Yeah.
I always kind of think that if you've been through that kind of training and sort of house clearing and stuff, you must dominate at paintball.
We do okay. We do okay. We do okay. It's
Because everyone else is going off like Call of Duty and that kind of thing, which I kind of think would be training to a degree, because you learn about angles and that kind of stuff and used to cover, so there's a bit of a benefit there. But that's going to be different than actually training to clear buildings.
yeah, a little bit. Also, you know how to sight generally a lot better. I think one of my favorite rounds was we were going up against a bunch of hunters. My husband was not there. But it was me and some of my buddies, and they were like, so even my guy friends knew how to exploit the other guy's weaknesses, because for the most part, you're gonna, like, most guys don't want to hurt girls. Like, I'm gonna just go ahead and most
Right.
guys do not want to hurt women. So the very first round, they were like, here's what's gonna happen. I was like, oh God, I don't like when we start like this. And they look at me and they're like, you're gonna run out. They're like, because I'm obviously smaller than them. Like, these guys are all over 6 foot and I'm barely cracking 5'8", right? So we go ahead and they look at me and they're like, you're gonna run out and you're gonna trip and you're gonna let your helmet fall off, so they can definitely see it's you. They're gonna come out and ask if you're okay, and we're gonna ambush them. Out of the 5 guys on that team, 4 of them stepped out to make sure I was okay,
Yeah.
and they all got shot.
Well, think about it, right? I think that like the Titanic is one of the best examples. But any scenario like that works. Women and children first. That isn't that's consensual. Like, those men could easily overpower that system if they wanted to. But all of them go, yeah, okay. Like, it's just instinctual. There's no reason they should. There's no reason it meant to. It's an evolutionary thing which has gone through the ages. It's so ingrained in, like, just being a man that it's not even really a choice. It's just part of who you are.
Yeah, it's in your DNA. And, like, like I said, 4 out of those 5 guys got dropped in that, like, just like that.
Yeah,
And
I've actually heard that that one of the reasons they didn't want women on the front line, it wasn't even because of the women. It was because the
Nope.
men would stop.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
if a man gets shot next to him, even if they're friends, he can carry on with the mission. But he
They
will
could be
hesitate
brothers.
if it's a woman.
They
Yeah.
could be brothers, and
Well,
like,
civil wars and stuff used to have brothers
Yeah.
on opposite sides of the battle. They'd still do it. But
Yep.
when it's like, there's something that makes them hesitate.
Yep. Wait, like, so a tragic example of that. This was when I said that I wanted to go, when it opened up, and they said, "Do you want to go to?" Because I had the scores and everything. They were like, "Listen, MARSOC just opened. Like, they're doing. You had to go through so much screening process, but basically, I got sat down, and they were like, "Do you want to go to MARSOC?" Which is basically the Rangers of the Marine Corps, right? Like, special ops. And it's only been open to men. So, like, you have the SEALs, and we had recon Marines, and then it evolved into MARSOC. And they were like, the Secretary of Defense wants this at the time, because Obama was president at the time. They're like, Obama administration is pushing for, the presidential administration is pushing for this. Do you want it? And I said, let me talk to my gunny, because he is one of the wisest men that I knew. And I knew I was going to make an emotional decision, because on the face of it, what they're selling you, I'm going to tell you guys exactly what they told me. They said that I would be a history maker. My name would go down with all of these other women who were brave enough to step up, that even if I didn't make it, I would have the respect of my peers, that I would have all of this type of training that men literally kill themselves for. Like, this MARSOC is what male Marines dream of becoming, right? They're the ones that go into the bush. They do all the black ops stuff.
So like
And
our SAS.
Yes. And so I went to my gunny, and I was like, hey, you heard about this? He said, yeah. And I said, I was like, I just came out of First Sergeant's office. This is what he told me. And my gunny looked at me. My gunny has been there since Desert Storm. He's been in a minute, and he's seen some serious shit. And he was like, I am going to tell you something, and you need to hear me out. And my gunny basically said, there was a situation where this lioness group, and it was to pat down females out at checkpoints in the Middle East, because, if you're not a married man, if you're not a family man, you're not allowed to touch the women, right? Well, they were exploiting that, and they were sending women in there with munitions and stuff like that, and we were taking hits. So they formed this group called Lionesses that were for checkpoints to check the women. And what ended up happening, my gunny was there. A 5-ton flipped and caught on fire. And there were women inside of it. A 5-ton, do you know what a 5-ton is? It's basically like this big.
I'm assuming it's a vehicle that weighs 5 ton.
Yes, but it's basically those big covered trucks that you see in like World War II movies and stuff?
Oh yeah.
That's a 5-ton. I mean,
Okay.
back then they were like 1 tons, but that's a 5-ton essentially. And now they have a little bit more armament. But a daisy chain bomb got hit. It flipped. There were women in the 5-ton. The driver was male. He got out, and the Marines that were behind them were all male. There was equipment to flip the 5-ton less than 200 meters away from them. But
I think you've told me this story before.
yeah, but they went and tried to flip it with their
Yeah.
hands. They all got 3rd-degree burns, and all the women died because they were screaming. All the men could hear was the women screaming, and they were literally trying to flip a 5-ton truck with their bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I heard.
There's a reason why in horror games it's a woman screaming.
Yeah.
You never hear a man screaming in a horror game to scare you. It's always a woman screaming.
Yeah.
Because I think it affects both people. That's the thing.
Children screaming is more effective on women than women screaming, but women.
Yeah, but children are naturally creepy. There's something about little girls that is creepy as hell. Like even in the the Ring and everything. It's always a little girl in horror films that is just weird. Then you had the first Resident Evil movie when the AI, the Red Queen, is a little girl, and she's you're all going to die down here. I don't know what it is about that line, but I'm like, that is no, I don't like it. But yeah, it's because because I think it's
Yeah.
instinctual and sort of
Yeah.
that's what a good horror game does. It plays off like your base
Psychological. Yep.
nerves that is built into everybody, and it's not a
Mhm.
conscious choice.
Nope.
It's deeper than that.
Yeah, but that's when when he told me that, that's when I that is when I knew that I would not be like my Gunny and I, the conversation went on much longer, obviously, but that's when I knew that I was going into this for purely selfish reasons
Hmm.
and that I could literally be putting other men's lives on the line. Because if I made it through
If
and
you
if
get
something,
injured, they go to carry you back or
yeah,
something rather than
yeah,
completing the
they would
mission. Yeah,
literally they would scrap whatever their mission, whatever
yeah.
their directive was, they would scrap it to come and save me, probably to their own detriment. And it could, even if they don't die, their team, like the rest of the fire team, needs them there. So now they're down 2 men instead of 1. Instead of 1 woman, they're now down 2 parts of the fire team. Like you're just making the hole bigger. You're making the detriment bigger. And that's not anything that I ever wanted to do. And so to listen to my gunny tell me that and we talked it through, I formally declined the first sergeant's answer. And that's why when anybody asks me, well, you were in the Marine Corps, like, what do you think? Don't you think women should be on the front lines? And I'm like, I don't.
Mm.
I'm like, it's when you see, I mean, even what I've seen, I could never, I could never intentionally do that to men
But
to put myself in a position where that my life now is in a high threat scenario where they would where they would literally sacrifice themselves for me even if I was beyond saving. Like,
yeah, but that requires an element of self knowledge and awareness and a, a, a knowledge of like the interaction between men and women. There isn't a lot of that. And, like with the Eva Green thing, I think one of the things that annoys me about her character in that as well is that she's supposed to understand her powers because
mhm,
she's dressing that way for a certain thing, but then she's trying to be dominant over Bond as if it's a strength. And it shows a complete ignorance about the relationship between the two of them. Like,
mhm,
it shows that she doesn't understand, like, his reaction to it. And you're kind of almost taking advantage of him. Like, if he would let her get away with certain things because of the interplay, like, if Bond would naturally go to protect her in that kind of way, to turn around and try and dominate that as well,
mhm,
it's not just like disrespectful. There's something worse about it. Because
yeah,
either there's two situations. Either you're completely ignorant, which would annoy me because
mm,
someone that isn't even aware of like the basic concepts of something, like you shouldn't be in that position. She shouldn't be working as
mhm,
this spy in this position if she doesn't understand like the basics of even like human behavior or something. They would know that. So it's bad writing. But also, if you are aware of it and then you take advantage of it and then crap on him at the same
mm.
time as knowing all of this stuff, that's like bullying. That's like taking candy from a baby. You're almost being sadistic in that kind of way.
Oh, no, you're 100% being sadistic. It's sociopathic. And
Mm.
it speaks to someone who generally has a
It's like
disregard.
if someone puts themselves in danger, like in that thing, like if the soldiers had done it and flipped it and pulled them back, it's like saving their lives, and then the people in the car not even being grateful for it, just assuming it's something they should have done. It's like, thank
Yeah.
you for that, but it was your job. It's like
Yeah.
that kind of uh, being ungrateful to someone
Mhm.
that's just sacrificed something.
Yeah. No, it like lack of gratitude is a big issue with me as well because even if it's an expectation, there is nothing forcing them to do what like there's nothing forcing them to do what you are expecting them to do. Just because it's an expectation you have, you should still be grateful that they lived up to that expectation. It's it's really twisted and I think that's my biggest problem with the Craig films is all of these women, while they were still attractive, they never really acted like women. And it bothered me.
But that's modern entertainment.
I know, but that bothers me to my core because no real woman acts like that. Because any woman who is in that
Oh,
position,
mm, there's lots of females that act like that.
mm,
This is where you have to be like, there's a thing with language because femininity has definitely dropped off a cliff. And that's what you see in entertainment. But then you get down to the point, well, is it entertainment that's causing it, or is entertainment simply mimicking reality? Because I remember in the 90s, there was a huge push over here of, they called it ladette culture, which was women in their teens going out binge drinking. And it was basically acting like men. You go out, drink pints, get drunk, all that kind of stuff. There was I even remember it. Like, there was a change. It happened, and it was everywhere. And it was pushed all over the place. And it did literally create a whole generation of people. But I think it came from media first, but I don't know. Was the media just reporting on something that was happening? I'm not sure. But it definitely happened.
I know what you're talking about, and I think it was a media push first, solely because Red Bull used that strategy where they took empty cans, crushed them up, and they would throw like 20 cans into the garbage can, and then people would think that a lot of people were drinking Red Bull, and then they would start drinking Red Bull.
That's genius.
Yeah, that was the Red Bull strategy. They took the loss on the production of those cans. They crushed them like they'd crush them like you would a can in your hand. They'd throw them in the trash can at like 20 or 30 of them, and people would think that a bunch of people were drinking Red Bull.
I have a check mark.
You do have a check mark. Congratulations.
I applied yesterday because, to be honest, I didn't know you could apply. I didn't know you had to apply. I thought you just like hit the thing and it did it. But I've only just realized that I've got it.
Woohoo! Disbrew has a check mark. Congrats, my good sir. Well earned. Well earned. Well applied for. But yeah, so that's I know what strategy you're referencing. It's the same one that Red Bull used. And it comes from that whole, if you repeat a lie long enough, people will believe it. But unfortunately for whoever is pushing the current message, it is so radical and so it's easily disprovable. It's extremely radical, and it goes against the very human nature of us. Really, only about 10% of the population buys into it, and I'm talking like the global population.
I don't know. Oh well, if you take in foreign countries, everything changes. But if you take the West, that's an entirely different.
Well, thing. That's why they're only amplifying certain voices. It's the Red Bull strategy again. They're like, we have to make it look like this is everywhere, so that it will get everywhere.
Doesn't match my experience.
Well, I guess
But again, UK may well be different than other places. But I do think the woman you got on the screen is a great example. It's simultaneously feminine when it comes to the body, like knowing what you can use, but then attitude is dominant and masculine. Yeah.
Yes, I completely agree. And it doesn't match, and it literally hurts my soul when I see this stuff. Really bad. But yeah. But then Eric K, Lady G.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep. Lady G for $10 from Eric K. Thank you, Eric. Says Lady G, the boobs is no fair, the weakness of all men. Look. I am simply using what God has granted me, and if that's a crime, well, then I guess I need to go to prison. I don't know. But also, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Eric K. I can't highlight those for some reason. But thank you so very much for that. You've been beyond generous today. Mwah. Love and appreciate you so much. But yeah, the boobs are a weakness for all men. Like, I have no idea why they're so powerful. I just know that they are. And I am not about to try and understand the mechanics of it, because I've found that even men who are like, no, I'm an ass man, will still look at boobs. Like, it's like, even if they're like, yeah, I'm into butts, if a really nice looking pair of boobies walks by, yeah, they'll look and they'll stare. And I've noticed that a lot of the initial push against the patriarchy, or whatever you want to call it, they have been coming from older feminists who are past their prime. and are not getting looked at anymore. So it's like they don't have a problem with it when they're the object of affection, but the second that they no longer are, they now have a problem with it. So my working theory is actually that these older feminists are purposefully sabotaging young women because they're jealous of them, and women are very competitive when it comes to, like I said, like with Eva Green, like every girl has had this dream of being the object of everybody's attention, where everybody turns up and looks up at the stairs and sees her, and they're just wowed by how incredibly beautiful she is. And it every woman has that fantasy. And so if you're seeing other women getting more attention, like the sad thing is, it doesn't even have to be quality attention. It can be people that you would never even remotely entertain the idea of doing anything with them. But when something like this happens, when a woman walks in and she looks better than you, or all the attention goes to her, immediately, like your competitiveness comes out, and you're thinking of ways to either outdo her or make her look like a fool while all the attention is on her.
Yeah, because you're competing for mate, and so
Yes.
if she beats you in the hierarchy, which means she'll get the better mate,
Mm.
and so if you can drag her down in some way, then that is how you compete.
Yep.
Whereas with men, it would be other things,
Mhm.
but still kind of status related, but not as obvious or blunt about it. Which is why women do reputation destruction, because that is
Yes.
one of the ways they compete. I think you
Absolutely.
would really like. It's something that I always recommend to people because I think it's the best comedy of all time. But the British coupling goes into like the different relationship dynamics between men and women and stuff. And there's a scene in that where this woman walks in and she's absolutely stunning. All of the men are fawning around her, and all the women are on another table watching the men fawn over her. And they're all like, I can't believe it. Look, her hair's not as nice as this. Oh, look at this. This is a flaw. And then one of them goes, look. She's still got a sticker on her shoe. And they're like, I can't believe she's done that. Like, this shouldn't make me as happy as it does, but it does. It's like they found a flaw that she's
Yes.
not as perfect as she seems. And it made
Ab-
them, like, unreasonably happy.
I am gonna have to watch that because it is so
Oh,
accurate. Like when they
coupling is
can't
amazing.
when women can't find a physical detractor, they move on to reputation. They'll be like, "Well, I bet her breath stinks," or I bet she doesn't even wear vegan make." Like they start to pick at, like, it's so funny to me because the first instinct for women to attack is like based off of looks, based off of physicality. When they can't find anything wrong with that, then they'll go to morality. I bet she doesn't even wear vegan makeup. I bet she eats meat. I bet, like, that's why these I firmly believe that's why these virtue signal things have gotten such a huge push, is because the fat positivity movement has been successful. These fat women don't think they have to lose weight, but it doesn't matter if you don't, like, even if you are announcing this lie to people like, I'm beautiful at any size, I don't need to lose weight, you should love me for who I am, they are still going to look at other women and feel insecure and intimidated and outdone because they are being outdone. So now you have this morality push. Well, if you're not vegan, you're a murderer. Well, if you're not wearing cruelty-free makeup, you approve of animal testing. None of this stuff, by the way, was ever a thing before like 2015. Nobody cared about um nobody cared about the bunnies who were getting eyeshadow tested on them. Nobody cared about the
You've just cut out again.
nobody cared about the mice who were getting skincare products tested on them. But now, because women can be 300 pounds, 5'5", and never shower, now it's a morality attack. Well, I don't wear makeup because I can't guarantee it's not cruelty free. When in the truth of the matter really probably is, they're just lazy. And like, I've noticed, I don't hate makeup. I don't wear it often because I am not in a situation, it doesn't make sense for me to wear it for my position. It just does not make sense. Now I do have like skincare or whatever, and I will wear makeup when I go out on like a date with my husband. But like in this situation, if you look, she's got like the heavy eyeliner and the eyelashes, and her lips are fuller, and she's clearly got on something for her face, right? Well, the thing is, this is, and I'm gonna probably sound like a brat when I say this, but I'm not gonna mean to, so bear with me, guys. This takes some effort. This takes quite a bit of effort to get this to not look
I've seen
sloppy.
women that draw a second face on top of their face, and they're not even recognizable.
Yeah. So this takes effort, right? Doing up the hair,
Do you know
coordinating.
the interesting thing? You know the people that paint minis, like Warhammer and stuff?
Yeah.
There was, when people start talking about makeup, because there was a guy who said, I recognize all these terms that people use when they're doing makeup, because it's the same techniques. It's the same techniques they use to paint the minis is what women do with makeup, essentially. It's art, essentially.
Yep.
But to enhance, most of the things come down to like fertility symbols when it comes down to like rosy cheeks, flushed lips, that kind of stuff.
Yes. And so because this goes against the message of like, I don't care what men think, and I don't need to, like,
I've never understood that. That's the strangest comment that I've ever heard, which I immediately just assume you're lying, is when I wear it for me. No, you're not.
Yeah, no, that's a lie. I wear makeup for my husband.
The reason I look like how I do is because I genuinely don't care what people think of me, so I don't try. Like, that's the thing. The comments I get on description are like, yeah, because I just don't care how I look. That's basically it. This is what people are like when they're like, do it for them. If I'm not going out to impress someone, then I don't dress up. I don't care about myself. The only reason my hair is the length that it is because I can't be bothered to get it cut. There's no other reason. It's sheer laziness. But if I actually was trying to impress someone, then I'd do other stuff because I'd be doing it for them. I'd be doing it for other people. But otherwise, you wouldn't bother. Nobody walks around their house in like the little black dress with full makeup on when nobody's going to see it. So you're not doing it for yourself.
Nope, you aren't. And but also, just Brew, you have an advantage because you have an English accent, so you immediately get 15 bonus points.
There was a list I saw on Twitter that I think I saved, and it was like the 20 countries in the world that the English haven't invaded at some point in history. And I'm like, yeah, when you've annoyed most of the world, you have to have some kind of reason for people to want to keep you around. So you develop what you can.
You develop that accent that the world, like.
There was another one I think I downloaded as well. It was like the opinions of who's the ugliest in Europe. And every single country, except like 2 in Europe, said England are the ugliest people. And I think the English said the Belgians. And it's like, and then there was one of the comments underneath was like, that's why they developed the accents. You do what you can with what you've got.
Oh, gosh. No, but it's true. But yeah, you've got that English accent going for you, so you're good.
Yeah, but it's not useful here. This is the horrible twist of irony of the British accent. It's not useful in the country at all because it's just nobody cares. It's only if you go abroad does anyone like think it's a big deal.
Well, then just go abroad, I guess.
Oh yeah, just
you'll
move,
have women
forehead.
falling at your feet. You will. There was an Aussie guy who not terrible to look at.
Oh, that's in Coupling. The main woman has a thing for Aussie accents.
Oh, nice. I'm telling you, when he opened his mouth, women like fell over themselves for him. I was like, y'all, calm down. Put it away. Just like
stop drooling. Put it away.
Put your tongues back in your mouth and pull your shirts back up. My goodness, it's just an Australian accent. It's okay.
Yeah, he speaks, and you just find out that like 2 buttons get undone magically, and nobody quite aware how.
I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but something about there's some accents that just like make specifically women lose their minds, and
But I think it works the other way around. Like the male Russian accents do nothing for me. But a woman with a Russian accent, I really like. And I don't know why, but there's something there is. And French, I do, for as much as competitiveness there is between the English and the French, there's something about the French accent which is kind of beautiful in a way. And my favorite quote is the Merovingian in The Matrix 2, when he says, I've sampled all of the languages, but of all of the language, my favorite is French. Mainly because it's like, of all of the languages, French is the best at cursing. It's like wiping your arse with silk.
Yeah, no, French is good. It's very good. It here in America, I get the favorite accents are English, Russian, Australian, and Italian. Those are like
Mm. There is an
women.
American one I like, but I don't know where it is. But
What does
it's
it
like I've
sound?
been told it's like southern, but
Oh,
it's kind of
is it Old South? Is it like is it the reason
it's probably like a kind of a country thing, you
is
know?
it cotillion South? Does it
I don't
sound a
know.
little something like this, where they're just very sweet and very calming? And sir,
Kind of,
if
yeah.
you
There's a kind
don't
of
mind, if you
yeah,
wouldn't
like
mind, good
Suki
sir.
from I can't remember what it's called, the vampire show.
I don't know. I don't know that name.
But yeah, it's kind of like that, but she's a bit more like there's a specific example that I can show you afterwards, and maybe you
Okay.
can enlighten me.
I can help you. The chat is saying True Blood.
Yes, true. It's kind of like her accent is the closest example,
I've
unless I show
never
you the exact
seen it.
person.
I've never seen it.
But no, well, you were doing a very good. That what you were doing was basically Suki's accent,
Okay,
but
so that
it's similar
is
to that.
that's Deep South Cotillion. I had to do it for a play actually. I had to carry that accent for 6 months when I was living up north, and it very much, it's it's very. Hang on, let me
It's
see
pretty
if I can.
unique.
It is very unique because what it pulls on is this very genteel type of roll of the tongue. And while you still
There's an
have that
innocence.
lull and that very almost luscious type of sound to it, you're right, it is very soft, it's very feminine, and it's very endearing and innocent. And Sir Mio Mai, do you think you could perhaps help my little old self? I just cannot seem to figure out what is wrong with my car. It has just given me the biggest amount of trouble, and I would be ever so grateful if you would just be so kind as to spend a moment of your time helping me. Something like that.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Yeah. Never have I ever gotten more eyes turned on me than when I had to carry that accent around with me. Um,
Yeah,
so
it's that accent, but it's kind of hyped up a bit. I think you'll know when I'll show you afterwards, but I think you'll
okay.
get it. But that's definitely like the core.
Yeah,
I think
that's
she's a bit more
cotillion.
kind of country, kind of with it at the same
Okay.
time.
I've never
But
seen the show. I've never seen the show, so it's hard
oh
for
no,
me.
you
But
no, you nailed Suki's accent. But
oh, okay.
it's not Suki that I'm thinking of. It's somebody else. But your
Okay.
accent is Suki's accent, is what I meant.
Okay.
Like
Okay. So, yeah,
it's
that's
like that with a bit of a twist. The one I'm thinking of. But
okay.
I like that accent. 100%.
I'm glad you did.
Oh,
That is Deep South Cotillion is what that is. You don't hear it a lot anymore unless you're in like Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, some
but
Texas.
even what you did there, I don't know whether you did it deliberately or not. But can you help me with my car? You like put yourself in the vulnerable position.
I
And I
didn't
don't
do
know
that
whether
on
that.
purpose. I didn't
Yeah,
do that on
well,
purpose.
that's the thing. It's what, but it's one of the things that the accent does. It comes across as there's a kind of an innocence and a vulnerability to it, and
Hmm.
so you naturally come across that way. Whereas what you've got now is the more dominant people. It's kind of repulsive. It repels people because it's the opposite of what. Like, well, I'm big, strong, and independent. It's like, well, okay, why do you need me then? Like, what would I be for?
Yeah.
So you're
That's
if you're driven to protect and provide,
hmm
you'd want somebody that would want to be protected.
yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hang on. I ruined
Yeah,
it.
we should probably talk about Bond at some point.
Well, yeah, no, what I was gonna say was like that's the
I
thing
like
because
these conversations, they're cool.
even with as much of like a as much of a sexist as Bond is, that is actually
Is he?
part of that's
But
but
this is the thing. Is he actually sexist, or is he simply playing the gender roles?
I think he is sexist. And the reason I say that is not in a bad way. I don't mean that in a demeaning way. I
Well,
mean
no, well,
he
the people are different. The two are different, and
yes.
so I don't think. To me, if you're sexist, is to be derogatory. Not, I don't think it's just a case of acknowledging that they are different and treating two people differently. Like, it's to think one is inferior to the other.
Fair. Um, that's fair. So I would, yeah. So maybe in that case, I would say he understands gender roles, but like the thing is too, he has this insatiable need, and this is what makes him so good, and this is why he has to be married to Mother England and nobody else, is because he has this almost insatiable drive to protect. Like you see it, this was one of the few scenes that I liked from Casino Royale because it truly showed the differentiation, the desperation. When Bond is getting tortured, right? They're physically torturing him. He doesn't give up anything. He doesn't break. He doesn't nothing. He doesn't cave, right? But the second he hears her start to scream, he starts to kind of lose it. Cuz he knows what he's going through, and so he's imagining what they're doing to her, and it starts to crack. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
so him being that him being that ultra masculine figure, he has I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Like he has some of those really obvious weak, like if he doesn't know the woman, he's not going to want to see her suffer obviously, but it's not going to have as big of an impact, right? But even in like the Brosnan films, so we'll go to Goldeneye, and it's not until like the two of them are in a life and death situation. She's screaming at him to wake up so that they can get out of the helicopter. And he's trying to hit the eject button. And yes, he's trying to save his life as much as he is hers. But um, when when Sean Bean's character is taunting him and it's like she tastes like strawberries, and Bond's like, I really wouldn't know. And then Bean is like, I would. Like they're playing off of he's playing off of a weakness that he knows Bond has, right? And
Yeah.
so it's not anything that you get to see though with Craig's Bond. Like the only time he's ever not the only time that he is weak is when like there's another situation, like a woman shows up to be stronger than him basically. You know what I mean? Oh no, did I lose
Yeah,
you?
I mean, there is. I don't know where to go with the point. Because I'm not sure what you're trying to say, though, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I guess I'm saying that I agree with you that maybe he isn't sexist, but he's because he is ultra masculine, he has ultra masculine weaknesses. I guess is my point.
Yeah, but I think he would sacrifice a woman to save the mission,
I think he would too.
which is why
But
I was kind of confused about where you were. Because it's like, yeah, he
oh
doesn't want
well,
them to suffer, but the mission comes first.
one second.
That's why the For England James bit is that's why it carries weight, because you're like, for England James, no, for me, because everything else he does was for England. It was all about the mission that came before everything else. He would do what he could to protect other people. He didn't want people to needlessly suffer, but if they needed to, for him to get the mission done, it's one of those things. Like I've always remembered, was it Goldfinger, where she's covered in gold?
Yes, that's Goldfinger.
That's always carried a lot of weight. 'Cause, like his response when he like sees that, but he carries on with the mission. But you
Yeah.
can tell this is like affected him. Like
Yeah.
especially walking on that. It's like it takes an impact, but he sees it, thinks, I'll deal with that later. I'd like it has an impact, but he doesn't let it control him. He
Mhm.
just
He
compartmentalizes it, carries
yes.
on with the mission.
That's so I guess maybe
And that's what you don't get with Craig. With Craig,
yes.
things affected him. It broke him. He was
Yeah.
a broken man who went down to alcoholism. He literally had a complete breakdown to the point where he couldn't even aim his gun properly. That's not Bond.
No.
He was weak. And you could be like, yeah, well, it's just it humanized him. But Bond shouldn't be humanized like that. Bond shouldn't be weak. Bond should be better because he was willing to put everything aside for the mission. And I don't think
Well, even
it's a very masculine thing, I think, in that regard. The
yes.
fact that I will sacrifice everything to do this aim. And it's like, well, you just don't like him being human. Yeah, but you're supposed to be more than that. You're supposed
He
to
is.
try and improve yourself to the point where you're not just weak.
Mhm.
And it's like, yeah, but there's the whole thing about embracing weakness that goes through the Craig era, which I just don't like.
Mhm. No, it like, I think the reason that the scene where he hears Vespa getting tortured, and it affects him, the reason I like that scene is because it would be a legitimate male response. Like, no, like we talked about, like, no man wants to see a woman suffer or even envision or hear her being tortured, right?
Mm.
So that was like one of the few actual masculine things, but then after that, you're right, like he let it affect him in a way that it shouldn't have. And I guess my point is that's really the only time where Bond shows that he is any kind of masculine energy about him, where he's actually concerned, like he wants to go and help her, um because it's a natural male response, but obviously he can't because he's being tortured. But like, we're talking, if you look at Brosnan's era, perfect example, in a completely different situation, um, or at a really similar situation in The World Is Not Enough. Brosnan is facing off against, I cannot think of her name. Let me bring her up on screen so you know who I'm talking about. Um, but
Before you do that, even looking at these pictures, there's something about Craig which is I can't even put my finger on it, but there is something about him in that picture which
it's a
feels different than the rest.
yeah, no, it's the short hair that does it for like the dead giveaway for me is the skinny
Well,
tie and
even
the
down to
short
like his
hair.
suit. I know
Yeah.
it's a different form of suit, but the first one, the rest of them look like gentlemen,
Mhm.
and he doesn't. He looks like a heavy. Like he looks like someone who's a bodyguard, whereas the
Yeah.
rest look sophisticated. They could be at a dinner party.
Mhm. Absolutely. No, I agree. And I think Timothy Dalton especially wears the tuxedo well. Like if it like Brosnan next to Craig, like you want to talk about stark contradictions, that is it in spades. But even if you look at like Timothy Dalton and cuz we're talking middle Bond versus most recent Bond. The transformation is just
Yeah, I think
it's
Craig looks like a
devastating.
thug. Like he
Yeah,
could be a football hooligan in a suit.
he really
I, I,
could.
I don't even know. It's one of those things where you get kind of a feeling or an impression, but you can't quite put your finger on why.
Mhm.
But it's just the way it comes across.
I
It looks
almost
like
wonder
someone in a suit going to his first court case.
kinda, like, maybe I'm not sure if it's
Marks
the
and Spencer's over
sunken
here got Marks and Spencer's over here got in trouble for saying that. They said, "Who's your customer base?" and said people buying their suit for the first court case. Yeah, it didn't go down well.
Well, I think it's brilliant though. I mean, hey, if you know your customer base, you know your customer base. But here we go. So the world is not enough. Bond faces off with her. So remember how so there's prior to Craig, I will say that. Prior to Craig, there was almost always two Bond girls. And one was bad, one was good. And he
Hmm.
would get both, like he'd sleep with both of them, but at the end, or he'd get close to sleeping with both of them, but at the end, he'd always end up with the good one, right? That was like Brosnan, that was a Brosnan era thing. That was also a Roger Moore thing and even a Timothy Dalton thing. Now, in this scene right here, this is actually the scene right before it happens. He has feelings like he slept with this woman. She was a kidnap victim. She was all of these things, right? She tortures him. She tortures him and he still doesn't want to kill her. But when he is up there telling her to call Renard and call off the sub, she he she's like you wouldn't hurt me. You've loved me. And he's like call him off. And she's like she's like Renard and he goes yes. And doesn't when he's waiting. Bond has his finger on the trigger. And when she screams dive into the walkie-talkie, he shoots her in the chest.
Yeah,
Kills her.
he
Because
pushed
it
him
had to
too
be done.
far.
Yeah, it had to be done. This woman tortured him, kidnapped M, killed her own father, and he was still willing to just like take her in and, throw her in prison or whatever it was that he needed to do. He didn't want to kill her, but when it came down to it, he shot her in the chest.
Mm. He had a line. The moment there's like no redemption, there's nothing else I can do. Well, you can't just leave her there. If you're
Yeah.
willing to do that, you'll do it again and you'll do it to me. So he had no
Mhm.
other choice.
Yeah. And so like this was something that you actually got to see in the Brosnan era films.
I
On a
actually
top.
forgot. I actually forgot about her. Like she was a really good character. She is a good example of using like feminine wiles and feminine strengths all the way through. Like she
Yes.
manipulated him exactly,
Mhm.
and it wasn't about force or dominance. It was using his instincts against him.
Yep, exactly. But eventually like she went too far and he was like, "Nope," because it's literally always for England with Bond. It's always for England. Um and then Eskimo Photo, thank you for
Except with
joining the
Sean
Great British.
Bean.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why that line
for
carries so
me.
much weight because
Yes.
it's like, no, this is now personal. You have like you were like a brother to me kind of thing.
Mhm.
That's why it carried the weight. It's like Doctor Who. There's a bit with Tennant where the Time Lords are coming back and he suddenly grabs the gun and you're like, wow. Like he throughout his entire thing, I've never touched a gun. Now the Time Lords are coming back. Isn't this a wonderful moment for you? And he picks up a gun and runs out the room. The weight of that moment alone, that's something that modern entertainment can't do because they don't understand how to build up. They don't understand principles. It's
Mhm.
like this is something which is absolutely yeah, he'd use water pistols and everything else, but just
Mhm.
the action of that carried way more weight and power than anything else because it had built up as like a foundational core of who he
Mhm.
is. And you just don't get that with modern characters.
Mm-mm. Well, because the payoff takes too long. The
No,
reason
I think
this
it's about
was
principle. I don't think that modern entertainment characters have principles. It's like they
mm,
do things, but like Galadriel. What's Galadriel? What kind of morals or principles does Galadriel go off? Nothing. I want to
none.
kill people. Okay, that's not a principled position. That's a two-dimensional character which isn't a human. And I think they
Yeah,
can say that. I see with Craig all the time. Oh, he's human. Why? Well, he's weak. That's not human.
that's
I
not
couldn't tell
human.
you what Daniel Craig's principles were.
Mm-mm. I can tell you what. So, like, Timothy Dalton as Bond loved England, loved women, loved his drink, but would literally give up his life to save England. Like, if you went too far, he would go down with you if that's what it took. That
That
was
is Bond.
Dalton's. Yeah, that
Like
was
one of the
Dalton's
things
Bond.
with Bond, and I don't know whether we talked about this on stream or not before, but because he's willing to give up everything, because he's willing to sacrifice his life, that's why he's successful. He will jump off a mountain and try and land the like 0.001% chance of something working because it needed to be done and it's the best way out, it's the best
Hmm.
option, it's the best tool. So
This was
the fact that he's willing to die allows him to succeed.
that's why he's the best bluffer at a poker table because he's willing to lose everything. Most of the people that you play the person at the poker table, not the cards, because the person who's willing to lose everything is going to be the best poker player there. The person who, understands that is going to be able to manipulate the situation around them. And that's why it makes Bond such a good poker player is he's literally willing to lose everything in order it like in order to he'll bluff. He's willing to lose it all, and if the
But
bluff doesn't work, that's
he's
that's why
doing
his
it.
bluff is effective.
Bond's principle is it's greater than just doing it for England. He's doing it for something greater than himself. There's
Yes.
something external to him which is more important. And I
Mhm.
actually think that's the key. Like Galadriel, nothing is more important to her
No.
than herself. It's
Yep.
my desires, my wants, everything I do is for me. She doesn't do
Mhm.
anything for like the elves. It's not to save the world. All it is I want to do this because of my mission, how I feel about my brother. Everything's within her. It's small, it's tiny. That's why it's not principle. Your principles are
Mhm.
something that you do not for you, but because you value something more than you, and it's
Yes.
something that you work for in the long term. That's why Bond does it for it's like transcendental to
Mhm.
him.
Yep.
England is the greater purpose. And I think a lot of people used to have that, like patriotism and stuff used to be a lot more, it was a lot more of a driving force.
Yes.
For various different reasons, I think that's decreased. And I
Yes.
kind of get that with, like, Craig. I don't
He's
know why Craig did.
demoralized.
Yeah, it's just a broken man. And
Yep.
that's the thing. Because there's nothing greater than him, he becomes broken. He becomes weak. If he was doing it for England, it didn't matter how he felt. It didn't matter how upset he was or any tragedies in his life. There would always be a reason and a driving force for him to continue forwards and to put that to one side because he was working to something external to himself. And
Yep.
instead, no, he wallowed in a pit of his own self-pity. And it may be human, but it's not something that I think you should have in entertainment. It's not Bond, for sure.
It's certainly not Bond. That's why Bond is an orphan. He's, he's the perfect agent. He has no family. He grew up at like in England, like as a ward of England, essentially. He was scooped up. If you read the books, I mean, all he has is England. It's why it's his first love.
Well,
It's
they chose that deliberately. They went
yeah.
for orphans.
Yeah, because they knew that,
Unattached.
yep, unattached, no human connection, which means that they would always put the mission first. They would always put England first and the well-being. Like, I think, and again, I know it's the weakest of the Brosnan films, but I think they got a few things right. In Die Another Day, in the he infiltrates North Korea and he gets captured because he's betrayed in his own organization. With Jinx, the American, when she comes in, he's very distrustful of her to start with. Like, yes, she's gorgeous and she's in the bikini. We get the shot of Halle Berry in the bikini, which she was looking good. But he had a fundamental distrust of her. And like they even he's discussing with M. She's like, listen, if there ever comes a time, and this is obviously summarizing the conversation, but it basically boils down to if there ever comes a time that it's England or America, or England or her, you need to choose England. And he's like, well, yeah, of course. And so he goes and saves Jinx from the Ice Palace because she's the only person there that he now knows he can trust because he's figured out who the traitor is and he's going to need her assets because the Americans are the ones with the closest power, like the closest flight power. What he needs to get the mission done, the Americans are the fastest way to get there. So like when he goes and saves Jinx, it isn't because he's in love with her, it's because she's a means to an end, basically. Like she's going to help him accomplish the mission by being able to utilize her assets, if that makes sense. And like what she has access to. So again, I know Die Another Day is the weakest of, well, I would say all the Bond films, but I've seen Spectre, so it's definitely not the weakest.
Yeah, no, I would take any of the Brosnan films over any of the Craig films.
Oh, absolutely. But I think what Die Another Day did well, because like even, do you remember the scene? I don't know. Have you ever seen Die Another Day?
I've seen all of them.
Okay.
Like whether I remember them that well is a different question, but I've seen, especially the older ones, I've seen multiple times. But I watched them when I was a kid a lot. Because whenever a Bond film came on the TV, back in the days of live television, I'd always watch it. So it's something I watched a lot more when I was younger. That's why Brosnan was always my favorite, but also as it is the most recent, they're the ones that I remember the best.
Yeah. Well, but do you remember?
As you talk about the events, like triggers memories and stuff, that's just how my brain works.
Okay. Well, so when he walks into the hotel, right? So this is the man's look, like this is the bellhopper, the concierge's look of derision, because obviously Bond looks like
he looks
hell,
like a caveman,
right? Yeah. He's like what? He's in soaking wet pajamas. He's unkempt. Actually, maybe that's the problem. Do you know, like, Craig looks more like Brosnan on a bad day after being trapped in a North Korean prison and being tortured. Um, he still looks better than Craig.
Yeah, he does.
Um,
There's something I like. I literally don't know what it is. He looks like he looks like a thug. He looks
mhm,
like a heavy. If you were gonna make a gangster film, great. He looks the
yeah,
part.
yeah,
He doesn't look like he belongs at a high class casino. I'm
mm-mm,
on about Craig. Like even you can put him in a suit. There's a look of a person. Like
yes,
somebody's life and their opinions and everything. It weighs on it, like transforms you. There's like a lot of people think that, you know, if you go through life sort of hating everything, it actually affects how you look in
yeah,
a certain way. And I think there's that. Daniel Craig would be perfect if you just wanted, you know, Aston Villa to go out and just smash people. Like, there's been loads of football hooligan films. There's been loads of sort of London gangster type films. He was in Layer Cake. I thought, this is the thing. I don't like Daniel. It's not that I don't like Daniel Craig as an actor. I think in Layer Cake he was great. I think it's a great film. It's just he's not Bond, and you put him next to all the others. All the rest look like English gentlemen, and
mhm,
there's no, it just doesn't. Craig
yeah,
and like Bond, Brosnan in this just looks like he hasn't looked after himself for a while.
mhm,
But he doesn't look like a thug.
no, he looks like he's been through some stuff. You're right,
Well,
and
yeah, he looks like he's
it's
lived on the street for a long time,
yeah,
essentially.
basically, but he still has sort of this air of confidence about him. Like he strolls in. The man is in wet pajamas. God, if we wouldn't get hit for it because Amazon are such brats about this stuff, I would literally play the scene. But he
Yeah.
walks in and he's in like soaking wet pajamas. His hair is obvious, as you can see, unkempt. And
But the look
he
on his
just
face is
walks
kind
up.
of like, I know.
Uh-huh. Like he's still like he's still very suave. He has this air about him. And he walks up to the concierge and he's like, "My usual suite, please." Like that's Bond. That is Bond. It doesn't
Some
matter.
people do. Like, I'm sure everyone's met them. There's a person who can walk into a room and they just dominate the room. Like, there
Mhm.
are some people, they can just walk up to people and everyone does what they say. They just project this kind of, there's like a natural aura that some people can do. And that's what Bond is supposed to be.
Yep.
He's supposed to know that he can handle any situation that's thrown at him.
Mhm. Absolutely. And the fact that like Craig is never the so if we had to compare direct scenes, the scene in Casino Royale where they first go to the hotel or whatever and then he gives them their real names, but he does it in a really smug kind of way, like a not even like a confident kind of way. He did it more to just like throw the teacher. I think it was Quantum of Solace that he does that because they're supposed to. It might not have been Casino Royale. I think it's Quantum of Solace. They're supposed to be a married teachers that are on sabbatical, and she's like, "This is fitting with the like what we're supposed to be doing, right?" And so he just walks in and he gives them his real name, and um and she looks at him and he's like, "Look, the people that we're going for either already know that we're here or they're going to know. So what's the point in hiding?" And it's like that's not how Bond would have handled that situation though.
No,
Um
I mean, there's been lots of instances where Bond will literally get invited onto the ship of somebody that he knows who he is, and he
mhm,
just walks on board anyway. it's
yep,
like it's like both of them know that each other is doing this game, but they want to see how it plays out.
yep, yep. And it's frustrating because um I think in Quantum of Solace, it was Gemma Arterton. She was here she is. First of all, she's a ginger, which I personally appreciate, but she's beautiful. Um, I've seen her in other like I thought she was fantastic in Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. I thought she did really
Oh, it's
well.
been a while since I've seen that movie. I
Yeah.
saw that when it came out in the cinema. All right,
She's
nothing
she's
like the games.
gorgeous. Yeah, I like that movie personally. I know some people have a problem with it, but I really like
I
it.
would have preferred it was
From
more. I wanted the first Prince of Persia
ah,
game to be turned into a movie, and what we got wasn't.
no.
It was it was a generic thing. It wasn't Prince of Persia.
Well,
But
what they
as a
were
movie in itself, I was like, okay,
yeah, what they were gonna try did you ever hear the story about that? They were actually slotted to do, 4 films. That was supposed to be an intro for people that never played the games. It was a setup for people who
yeah,
never played, and
I
then
don't
they
think
were
it was as good.
supposed
I don't think it was a good setup though. Like it didn't even lead into like the lore or anything.
mm-mm.
Because
But
the original Prince of Persia, the Sands of Time, the thing breaks, but it turns everyone into like these creatures and stuff, and you're going
yes.
around controlling time, and it like none of that was in the movie.
No, none of it was because they thought that it was how I forget, like, there was an interview, I'll have to find it and show it to you, but they basically said that because video game adaptations are so hard, and it's usually because they don't follow the lore,
Yeah, they
they
don't do the
wanted
game.
yeah, exactly. So they were like, "This is an instance where we want to, like, ease our non where we wanna ease our audience into the concept of just how, like, magical this world is and stuff like that." And I'm like, "I get what you were trying to do, but you missed the mark." Like, if you had just done the first game,
Yeah, and
it would've
again, the characters in that, like, he took on that kind of fighting role, and she took on like the more dainty. I can go into
Yes.
places that you can't fit into places. You can't do things that you can't. That was quite a cool, different. You wouldn't
Yes.
get that now. Now she'd be the one
No.
fighting, and you'd probably
Yes.
have to fit through the crack and go and move a
But
rock.
yeah. Yep. But she, like, I think she was misused in this film, but she dies. You brought up Goldfinger where the Bond girl was covered in gold. Well, she
Mm.
gets covered in oil instead. And it was supposed to be like a callback to Goldfinger.
I don't like
Um,
callbacks and stuff like that. Like,
yeah,
I, yeah.
it was a very cheap way. It's because they like Craig had at best a mixed reaction, but then so lots of people love Casino Royale. I disagree with them for many reasons. But then people were
Whenever I've
like,
criticized Craig, everyone's gone, yeah, but Casino Royale's a good movie. I'm like, no.
yeah. Or they'll be like,
So, yeah.
Skyfall was good. Skyfall wasn't good. I I personally don't like Skyfall. It's probably the strongest of the Craig films, but that's not saying a lot.
I can
Um,
appreciate the Craig films as Jason Bourne films. That,
yes.
like, I could say that if you like them, I could see why you could think some of them were good films, but
Mhm.
they're not good Bond films, and that's
No.
like the differentiation that I always make.
Yep. Yep. And that's the thing. He tried to be Jason Bourne instead of Bond, and it didn't play well. Um, and so like when they put Gemma in here, I was like, oh, finally we're gonna get like because every character I've ever seen her play has been hyper feminine, has been like she's very intelligent, and that's what she uses her wiles and she uses her intelligence because she knows that she doesn't have the physicality to
Mm.
do stuff. Like even in this movie, she trips a guy down the stairs, which she can easily do because she's unassuming. Guy is running past her. All she does is stick out. She holds onto the rail. She sticks out her foot. Guy trips down the stairs. That's very easy. A woman can easily trip a guy down the stairs. That's well within the realm.
Well, yeah,
But
that's
even the
just
way
leverage.
yeah, and she turns around and she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like she's very apologetic, she's very feminine. Unfortunately, she showed her hand and then she gets drowned in oil. Cuz the big bad saw her do it.
Mm.
But every film I've ever seen her in, it just exudes like this hyper femininity, and I am willing to bet that that is why we haven't seen cuz she's gorgeous and she can act. So I'm betting the reason we don't see her in a lot of like big films is because I'm not saying she doesn't have the ability to be bitchy, but like even here, she doesn't like the chick behind her has resting bitch face. She does not. She seems just like tranquil and serene and really feminine. You know what I mean? And like,
I think she could still do that role easily enough.
you think so?
Yeah. Like you say serene, and it's like, yeah, but it doesn't take much to turn that expression into condescending arrogance. I
I'm
think I think one of the reasons it's actually taken over is because it's so easy to do. No,
probably.
the problem is like it comes down to intimidation. To intimidate like a man like that, you would have had to have like already outplayed him in some way, manipulated him into a situation where he can't get out. Whereas there's a lot more like they tried to play off the intimidation just by their very presence. It goes back to the whole, I've got the money kind of scenario. It's like there
Hmm.
was nothing intimidating about her, but she was acting as if he should be intimidated by her presence. It's like, no, you've
Yeah.
got to do more than that.
I'm not sure what it is. Like, yes, I agree. And I think, God, he just looks smug. Like, for no reason. You know what I mean? He gets his ass kicked regularly. So I'm not really sure why he looks so smug.
No, I think it's just a case. I mean, going off looks and stuff is probably pretty base, but it is kind of. I think it's part of casting that
Mm,
it was a deliberate choice to choose someone. You know what they probably were going. I want something gritty and noir. That's what they were. I bet those words were like uttered. I want a
probably.
gritty Bond. It's got to be more realistic. It's like no, it's not what Bond is. He's supposed to be polished. That's why the cheese. Do you know how difficult it is to pull off cheese in an action movie? But he managed
Bruh.
it because that's the
Yeah.
way it is. It's supposed to be smooth.
Mm-hmm. And I think so. Out of the Bonds, who is your favorite?
Oh, Brosnan, without a question. Second would probably be Dalton, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would have to say so Brosnan is also my favorite. There's just something about his portrayal that
and
just
it's not even close. Like
yeah.
Brosnan wins by a mile for me.
Yeah, Brosnan has leaps and bounds over them, over all the rest. And then I would have to say I think Dalton and then Moore, then Lazenby and then Craig. Um I think Lazenby really struggled from more so like
To
the
judge the others accurately, I'd probably have to do a rewatch of this stuff. Connery
yeah.
for me was never been as high.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Well, he's
I'd probably put Roger Moore above Connery.
mm, okay. But you hate Thunderball.
Yeah, but I hate that because of the fighting scene.
The
It's not
fighting.
it's not the Bond about that. It's like, look, having you can't fight underwater. It's stupid. You certainly can't punch each other. And if you have like half an hour of just wiggling around pretending to wrestle with people underwater, where everything's slow, no one can put any force into anything, but I'm supposed to think this is a fight. Just ridiculous. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
I've got a spear gun. Okay, right, you fired it once. Congratulations. Now what are you going to do? It's just a stupid environment to have a fight. And it
Do you
went
know
on for
how you
ages. And they
do you know
even
how
had
you
them like, oh, well, I'm going to dress all in red. And I'm going to, or was it black and blue or something? They
Yeah, I
had to
think it
make
was
them dress
black
in
and
different
red.
colors because you have no idea who is who because everyone's underwater dressed head to toe in.
Mhm.
Oh, it's ridiculous. That might be the worst scene of like even the Craig's. That's my most hated scene out of any Bond film ever. Is that underwater fight? I
Do you know how
despise
you
it.
fight underwater?
I've despised that ever since I was like in single digits. I've always thought it was stupid.
Do you know how you fight underwater properly? You go for the regulator. You just rip it out of their mouth,
Well,
and
that's
then you
what they did with a lot of them. Yeah,
yeah.
there was a lot of just tearing. That's like, oh, okay. But even that's boring. It's like
Yeah.
it's not an action scene. And
No,
there was
then it
something else
becomes
to
a
it. And
survival scene.
the music was so intense. They really thought they'd got something really hype here. And
I
like
know.
whoever had to score that scene, I kind of pity him because he's like, what am I supposed to do with this? I don't blame him for trying to give it the action kind of feel, but no one. There's not even words. There's not grunt. It's like, oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a problem. So like the only real way you can effectively fight underwater is you go for the regulator. If that is not if you can't do that without putting yourself in risk of getting your regulator damaged or removed, blades. Like guns are really ineffective. Like even spear guns, unless you are trying to snipe, like unless you go into the water expecting to fight with someone and you camp out like a sniper and you're going to like line up your shot and you're like a precision or you're a precision marksman underwater. uh Harpoon guns are they're one shot and they're almost impossible to reload underwater.
Yeah,
So
there was a slow motion YouTube channel was firing guns underwater, and I think they just did it in a swimming pool,
yeah.
like a normal size swimming pool, and they didn't even get that far.
No,
So
the furthest, so like a Magnum will go about 5 feet. That's
yeah, they were
about it.
using AKs and everything, and it's like
Yeah.
there was no danger of it ever destroying the other side of the swimming pool. Never
No,
got that far.
because the dispersion is too great. Like there's just too much dispersion of force by the time because the bullet has to break the surface of the water. Um, but it's so that's why if you swim down about 3 feet, you're out of the range of bullets, pretty much.
And to be fair,
Most like
I think there is multiple times throughout the Bond movies where he does dive into water,
yep.
and they just like shoot the water, but never does anything really.
No. And that's actually pretty accurate. But yeah, when you're underwater, you either need to what generally has to happen is it's either regulators or blades, or you can like have something fall on them. But the issue with that is if it's light enough for you to push over under the water, because remember buoyancy and everything, then it's probably light enough for them to lift off of themselves in most cases. Like unless it's a rock slide or something, like a literal legit natural something that happens. That would be another way to do it. But underwater fighting is really ineffective unless you're in shallow water and you're drowning somebody in it. Underwater fighting is
Now,
really
what
ineffective.
about, because I'm just thinking of like depth charges and stuff. What about a grenade? Not because of the shrapnel, but
The
the like
concussion.
explode. Yeah,
Yeah.
would that work?
Yes. Because it's using the force of the water with it.
Yeah. So because I was wondering, I didn't know whether it would be powerful enough to like
Hmm.
have
Like,
that kind of impact, like a depth charge kind of thing.
yep. After about because remember though, like the water has its own pressure as well. So if the grenade goes too far down, it's going to be a little bit less effective if you're just talking like your regular hand grenade. If you're
Yeah.
lower than probably 15 feet, the water's going to act more of an insulator than a magnifier. But like
Yeah.
depth charges, the reason they're so effective is because it literally uses the pressure of the water around it to help make a greater concussive percussion force. Um, the the thing that makes hand grenades dangerous underwater is if you're shallow enough, it's almost like getting hit with a mini tsunami. If that makes sense. Did I cut
Yeah,
out
because
again? Okay.
that's how I figured like the concussion wave would be.
Yeah.
Because now I'm just like with nukes, they say they don't detonate them on the ground anymore. They detonate them in
Nope.
the air because the blast wave is actually way more powerful.
Yep.
So I figured it'd be something
Yeah.
like that in the water.
Yep. So if you're in the water, that's what you're getting. It leads to internal bleeding. It's yep, fishing with dynamite. That's you
Oh
surface fish
yeah,
with
yeah,
dynamite.
Crocodile
Yep.
Dundee.
Yep. It's very effective at up to a certain depth. And then you need to get specific charges for further down in the water because the water would literally the pressure of the water itself would literally almost contain the blast. That's why
Yeah,
like when you see mines, have you ever seen like old Cold War mines that are attached to
the
like
spiky ones.
yes,
Yeah,
those?
yeah, I think they're probably in a Bond film actually.
Yeah, probably.
In
The
fact, I think
but
they are.
that's why they would do them in fields. That's why they do them in fields. Because you'd
Oh, I thought you
need
meant the water mines because I
yeah,
remember the water mine.
yeah, it's a water mine field. There's never just
Oh,
one.
sorry. Yeah, when you said field, I started imagining grass again.
Nope, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
Field is any like
I
technically they're
minefield. Yeah.
attached. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
minefield. But yeah, it's those the reason that those are so dangerous is because one, it gets hot enough that it can actually like for a minute you're in an air bubble and so it makes like so when that water comes crashing back in, like even if you manage to survive the blast, the the pressure of the ocean is trying to fill that space back up. So
Yeah.
Even if you survive the blast, you now have the crushing pressure of the ocean. So it's oh, I wish I could. You know the scene in of course, everybody knows the scene. So, remember in ROP where they tried to make they showed you the volcano exploding, Mount Doom went off because water flowed into it?
Yeah.
That actually happens, but
Yeah, the
not
steam pressure. Like,
yeah,
I was surprised people said that couldn't happen. Like, I was like, well, obviously, like
yeah, but
steam.
mhm. But because there was plenty of ventilation, that chamber wasn't
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
pressurized, and there was plenty of ventilation, so in that scenario, it would not have erupted. But that
Although it
does
could there was enough steam at enough
yes.
speed that
Yes.
it would overcome it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, but what they presented on screen, it would not have caused an eruption.
Yeah, there wasn't enough
Um,
water.
yeah, no, no, there wasn't. There wasn't enough water, there wasn't enough and there was too much ventilation, for the steam to go. So, there was nowhere for the steam to build up to cause the
Well,
eruption,
that was the
but
interesting thing because it was only coming down one tunnel.
yep,
The superheated steam would actually rush back up that tunnel and
mhm,
superheat the water before it even reached there. So you
yep,
might have ended up with a point where the water was vaporized and never even hit the volcano by the end of
mhm,
it.
yep, yep, there's a lot of yeah, it's oh man, that whole scene
And I
was just
like
a
that these
wreck.
orcs, which are meant to be just like stupid, mindless creatures by and large, with like a few commanders, they must have had a great knowledge of fluid dynamics to get
I
that water.
know,
Because unless it was all the way downhill, they're gonna do very complicated engineering to get it to go uphill at
mhm.
certain pressures.
Absolutely. Yep, 100%. So that's like what Rings of Power was banking on was like the steam buildup and everything like that, and for you to have an external knowledge of volcanic explosions. And in Bond, you don't really need that. Like most people just kind of accept that if a mine is underwater, if it's a big mine and it goes boom, then it's going to be effective. Like the
Yeah.
reason that like torpedoes are the way that they are is one obviously fluid dynamics air like they have to get through the water even though they're propelled, they have to get through the water effectively. And it's um that's why it's a touch thing because if it was if it was like a pressure thing or if it was like a pin pull thing, it wouldn't work at certain depths in the water. And certainly not for a torpedo that you're like launching at another ship. It's all really very specific and I think my biggest issue with Craig is everything just kind of we've you and I said this earlier, like he's more of a hurricane. He's not even a hammer. Like he's not a blunt tool. He's not a blunt instrument. He's just like a hurricane and it's there's no real directionality to anything that he does. And but for whatever reason, there's just massive explosions where there shouldn't be. And then areas where there should be pretty big explosions, we get almost nothing. And it's really devastating to watch that because, like, if we go back to GoldenEye and Brosnan with the pen situation, like we said earlier, he was just he was literally just counting the clicks. And what he was hoping for, like, yes, he knew that there were um things in there that were flammable and explosive and stuff like that. But he just whacked the pen out of the guy's hand. He wasn't actually aiming for anything. He was going for distraction. And then it just
Oh,
turned
I'm not even sure about
into,
that. I see. I've
yeah.
always thought, going back to like what I said with Sherlock Holmes and stuff. I think Bond would have known everything in that room, and when he
Mm,
hit it, it was with a plan. And I also think that while he's counting the clicks, the odds of it landing on that exact thing are so low. I think he probably had multiple different other exit strategies if he needed
mhm,
to, and he just took advantage of something that happened to appear. Because you could very quickly get into a thing where you're like, well, that was just coincidental. It just happened that way. It's like, well, yes, but if it hadn't happened that way, he would have done something else, and you would have been like, well, it's just coincidental that it happened that way. And so I think he has multiple plans. Like,
mm.
I think he knew the
No, he
explosive
does.
stuff was there, and maybe would have used them in a different way if something else had happened. You know, he's aware of all the stuff in the room that he can use to his advantage.
Mhm. Well, and I agree with that. I think because he had to because he was limited into the ways he could get the pen out of the guy's hand, you know, like he basically threw it behind him. And so he couldn't, like you said, it was a very small percentage that it was going to land where it needed to land to make that explosion, but
Well, he
even if
wasn't
it
even sure the guy would have clicked it that often, you know?
yes,
Because, what is it, 3 clicks on and 3 clicks
3
off?
clicks off,
So
yeah.
you've only got a 1 in 6 chance he's even going to finish on the right one.
That's true. And so for like God, that's why it's just one of my favorite scenes. Just like you said earlier, it just shows how truly intelligent and aware of the situation Bond is. He's just he's so in tune with everything around him that it's almost impossible for him to fail.
And isn't he having a conversation with someone at the same
Yes.
time that he's
Yep.
tracking all this? So, yeah, he's keeping multiple things in his mind.
Yep. It's just a true God, I need to go watch GoldenEye again. It is my favorite. Now, don't get me
Oh,
wrong,
yeah.
I love Roger Moore. I do. I love Timothy Dalton. I don't really like A License to Kill all that much, but Dalton kind of makes up for it. But man alive, I'll
But
tell you
Sean
what.
Bean contributes a lot as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Like, it is the combination of the two.
Yes. It's GoldenEye is far and away my favorite Bond film out of all of them. I think Octopussy, which is a Roger Moore era one, is probably my second favorite. Um, and then it would have to probably be From Russia with Love, would be my
See,
third.
I'd have to do if I was going to give a proper judgment of things. Like, I remember scenes and things, but to actually judge the movies, I'd have to watch. It's I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but my brain does seem to work differently than most other
Mhm.
people's. Like, I could start watching maybe the first 10 minutes of the movie. I could probably tell you the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
But just without that, I couldn't really judge them. It's weird. Like, my brain seems to work through connections to other things, if that
Mm.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know names and stuff, but you start to describe something and then I remember everything else. I don't know. All I know is the way I seem to see the world isn't how everyone else seems to.
Well, I think that you see the world in a very interesting way, which is always cool. See, and this kind of iconic, you know, scene where he shoots down the bear, like, I don't know how many people realize this, but in the Bond intros, like, it's a gun barrel that's following him. And so it's supposed to be like from the perspective of whoever it is that's chasing him.
Yeah.
And he turns and he gets the one up on them and he shoots, and then that's their blood flowing down the barrel in front of you, like their perspective.
Yeah.
And
And he's like, he pretends he's not aware, but the whole
mhm,
idea is, I knew you there all along.
yep, he plays aloof. And that's something else that Craig can't do. He's never aloof. He's never
Well,
like
he plays off
it
the idea of a classic English gentleman, which Craig isn't. Like, he
no.
comes from the more modern. He's rough. That's the best kind
Yes.
of description I get. It, like, I keep coming back to
Yes.
Football Hooligan because that during the time that Craig was created, there was an era of, like, because I don't know what happened over here, but it kind of went away. But there was a whole kind of generation of just football fights between each other, and it was the kind of, there was a whole era of, like, football hooliganism to the point where they had to now just do massive police things. But there was huge fight. People would just go out deliberately to have a fight with other football fans, and it was kind of that Craig kind of came out of that era. And I don't know, even down to the point that he doesn't shave, everything else, it's like he could have come. It wasn't suave, sophisticated. It wasn't about the suit. It
Mhm.
was they were leaving behind sort of the traditional image of, because you can go back to, like, London in, like, 1950s, 1960s. Everyone's wearing a suit. Everyone's wearing a bowler hat.
Yeah.
Everyone's on point. That was the traditional Bond idea. Whereas now it's just like, you know, normally I go out wearing a jeans and t-shirt, but I've decided to put on a suit. I'm going to court, and, you know, I might save the
Mhm.
world. It's
And
not the
that's
same.
yeah, and that's just sad because, like, over here, I know most people think that, like, Brits dress way better than Americans, and for the most part, they do. But it's
I mean, not anymore.
It,
They used
not.
to. Like, you go to like, there's literally, you can find like London throughout the ages, and you can see the change. But back in the day, yeah, because it was always been that kind of business area.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was in a suit. Everyone was in a bowler hat. I'm sure you've seen Nerdrotic in his bowler hat. Like,
Oh
everyone's
yeah.
wearing them.
Yes. Yes. And it's, I don't know. It's devastating to it's devastating to know that's dying. Like
Oh, it's been completely like London unrecognizable.
it's just, oh god, that's sad. And I don't think, I don't know. I wish
There you go.
I
There's a picture.
I wish there was a way to like put into words just how disappointed I am in women for allowing that to happen. Because remember how we talked
Look, that's
about
just
like,
a standard picture from the finance district.
yeah, well, remember how we were saying like women don't wear makeup for themselves, like you wear it for other people, and like it, so this takes effort. Like
Yes.
this takes time, this takes effort. Women are lazy, they don't want to do this. Well, if you're not willing to put in effort, then um then why should, so yeah, here you go. The business district. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
That was just, but that was standard in the kind of finance.
Mhm.
That was how people dressed because
And yeah, and it took effort. Like this doesn't just happen. You don't just fall into a suit. Um but like when women stopped, because women didn't want to put in the effort anymore, they basically gave men a pass. They
I
were
don't
like,
know. Like, there's still a load of people they like will literally draw another face on top of their face. And
yeah,
I've literally this. I don't know whether this is weird or not. I have sat through a makeup tutorial on a video because I was amazed at
yeah,
what she did, and it wasn't just her putting on makeup and going, "Oh, I think you should do this." She was explaining why she did it. Like, I'm
yeah.
doing this to contour my nose to make my nose look. I'm going over the top of my lips to make my lip. And she was like explaining the point, and it was like it was an art lesson. That was what it
Mhm.
was. There's no other like thing for it. But by the end, it looked like an entirely different person. It
Oh,
was
absolutely. So that's the thing. Nowadays, like I don't know what it's like over in England, but here in America, you either have so you used to have women who like they would put in a little bit of effort, but it like the standard was blush, eyeshadow, and lipstick. Like that was your standard. Like no matter
yeah.
what, that's what you wore. Now it's a messy bun and a coffee and
I don't.
makeup free. Like
I don't
that's
think so.
that's a big thing over here, is just like they're trying to pass it off as minimalistic and true to yourself.
Yeah,
But
but
then you have the
when I grew up in the 90s, the whole natural makeup was being pushed. But it was
yes.
being pushed as you were meant to accentuate your natural
Yes.
look. But if
Yep.
you put it on so much that you could see it, you'd put too much on.
Yep.
Nobody should know you're wearing it, but it
Mhm.
should still improve you, which is probably like my kind of preference. But now the people that I see is kind of it's obvious. And I'm not saying it doesn't look
Mhm.
good because they spend hours doing it. It's meant to be a second face.
Yeah.
Um, and it makes them look way better than like normal. But it's like they've applied it with a trowel.
Yes. Well, yeah, so that's the thing. Like now it's either you it's basically now it's either you wear no makeup at all or you paint on a new face. Like there is no in between. There's no, this is going to sound, this isn't meant as an insult. There's no middle class effort in it. It's either all the way to the nines and you're painting a new face on, or it's nothing at all.
You
There's
know where
no
I've seen the attitude
there,
you're talking about
hmm,
is when they're talking to women who are married. And they're like, he should just love you for who you are. You shouldn't have to try and do anything. You can just
hmm,
slob around the house and he's still meant to find you attractive. That's where
yeah,
I've seen that.
yeah, nope, that's a big thing too over here. But like they're trying to tell young girls now that you don't need to put any effort in. Like just who cares if you haven't washed your hair in a week? Just throw it up in a messy bun and, throw on some sweats and you'll just he'll find you cute. He'll find it
I have to say,
endearing.
I do not understand, and I've never understood women putting their hair back. I just don't get it. Because
Ah.
I have never seen a single person on earth that looks better with their hair back or up than when it's down.
Mm.
Because when it's down, you can do way more stuff. You can frame your face. It improves
Yeah.
how you look. I don't get it.
Because we're trying to show off our neck. We're trying to show off our throats. We're trying to that is
No, but you can still do that with your hair down. It goes behind your back.
Yes, but not a lot of women know how to do that with their hair down. They'll do a hair flip sometimes, or they'll do a swoop onto one side.
Yeah.
But most women, when they pull their hair back, it's because they're trying to show off, they're trying, in this picture, this is a perfect example. If
Yeah,
her
I think
hair
she would
was
look better
down,
with her hair down.
okay, but it'd also be covering up some of her cleavage.
Not if it was behind her.
It's not always going to stay behind her though, because where hair
And I think
naturally
her face would
falls.
look better if it was down.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm letting you know that when long hair is down, usually the reason that they
See,
avoid
I
that
always thought
is because
I always thought it was because it was easier. Like it takes way less effort to like.
oh god no, updos take hours. Updos take forever.
Well, her hair, like her hair to me looks like someone's just pulled it back and like tied it together.
As someone who has done this hairstyle on myself more than once, the fastest I've ever accomplished it is 45 minutes.
I don't understand. Like
Because you don't want
literally,
flyaways, you have to make it look polished. You have to make it it has to stay put. It has this takes so much effort because if this falls out, if this comes down, then it takes this it drags the whole look down. You look disheveled, you look cheap. So you have to make sure everything stays. You don't want flyaways. Even right here, with this picture right here,
yeah, you can actually see flyaways.
the
Yeah.
flyaways irritate me.
You can even see it all around the back. It's all over the place, actually. Maybe it's because the light shining that it exposes everything.
And that's a big issue when you have your hair. So up here, you can't really see any flyaways, but when your hair is down, it's almost impossible to get all of the flyaways to behave. So this helps you. It's supposed to help you look more polished. Supposed to help you look more professional, but it also shows out. This is the way she's turned and she has her hand on her hip. This is purposeful. This shows off her lines. This shows off her neck. So it's easy access. It shows off her cleavage, which is very nice. And she has her necklace, which they could have stopped right here, but then they have the chain that purposefully drags your
necklaces
eyes
are
down.
there to draw the eye line. I know that.
Oh
bit.
yeah. So this is purposeful. We're trying to show off our more delicate, our necks, our jaw lines, our slimmer shoulders. This is a technique.
But even that, exposing your neck is supposed to be about showing vulnerability. It's like submissive. Like if you expose your neck, it's like I know you could take advantage of a vulnerable position and damage me. So it's kind of trust, but also being vulnerable. Yep. But that doesn't work with this character.
No.
Because as we see in the next thing, she's dumb. So it blows the entire intention. It's a contradictory thing.
Yep. That is very contradictory. First of all, congratulations, Pickle Rickle. Thank you for the £5 on the new niece that was just born. I hope I'm saying it right. Isla?
Did you see that picture that went around Twitter? It was his wife was giving birth and he's in the room and it's just a picture. He's like, this took so long, I had to order pizza. And it's like a Domino's thing.
Yes!
And he's eating it in the room with his wife giving birth in front of him. I like that. It was amazing.
Yes! I did. My husband laughed his ass off. And he was like, because I'll be perfectly honest, all my births were really quick. I was, from start of active labor to birth was less than an hour for all of mine. For all
yeah,
four.
they're supposed to get faster. It's like the first one's the longest and then they speed up.
So I was never in that situation, but my husband was like, if I ever needed to, you bet your ass I'm going to order me a pizza. I was like, I probably would have murdered you. But if we if we look at Bond girls over the years, I mean, like, look at this. This isn't she doesn't this pussy galore. She's just she's a pilot, right? So she's a very capable
Yeah, and
woman.
she wasn't
Sh
weak. This
No.
is the thing. Like, I think they associate femininity with weakness, but there was
Yes.
no way she was a weak person, but she was still very feminine.
Mhm. Very feminine, gorgeous, absolute just, like, fantastic. I mean, who could n I don't I've never seen a woman who can pull off a felt skirt like Honor Blackman. She was just perfection. I mean, I'm probably like she's one of my favorites. And then here is one of my other favorites. Hello, Anna Top.
Yeah, that's
Oh
my
man,
favorite.
gosh, like I said before, can
Wasn't
you
didn't
think?
she have a Russian accent though? Maybe this is
Yes,
where it's
she
come
did.
from. Yeah,
She
maybe that's
did.
where it's come. Because I like I say, most of these Bond films, because I would have seen these when they first came out.
Mhm.
Probably, I don't know whether I saw them at the cinema because I used to go to the cinema with Dad when I was a kid. But I probably saw them as soon as they came on the television, and
Mhm.
so like she would have had an impact on me when I was very young. So maybe it's just stuck.
It's just there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got it. No, but like can you think of a more feminine way to kill a man than crushing him with your legs wrapped around him?
Yeah, that whole scene. That whole scene is one of those things though where like even at that age, like I wouldn't have been able to appreciate it, but every other person in like all of the adults would there's so much more subtext in that scene than
Mhm.
the kids would pick up. That's one of the things that I don't think you get now either. Like family movies which had built-in subtext and
Yes.
layers for the adults and the kids. And even
Mhm.
Disney movies used to have that kind of different
Oh yeah.
levels of appreciation. But the Bond films, they're still family movies. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe about a guy shooting stuff, but it was still family entertainment. And
Mhm.
you kind of, I think we've lost even the ability to do, like, I don't think I'd call even the Craig, especially not the last Craig film,
Definitely
family
not.
entertainment. Like,
No,
you
most
don't
certainly not.
want kids viewing a guy who's basically had a breakdown in front of everyone with a guy licking his face.
Nope. Nope. Yeah, no. It's not. It's not good. See what I mean? Like the neck is exposed. And like yeah,
Yeah,
she's got
but hair
swooped
down.
hair down, swooped to one
Yeah,
side.
she's in
But
control
look
of her
at
hair.
the fly like Ava had a lot out, but like look at these flyaways cuz the thing about flyaways it just makes you look unkempt.
Literally not a single man on earth has even considered that.
Women do. I know I do. And
Yeah, but
military
this is
men definitely do. And he is a commander in the British Navy, Commander Bond. But
eh,
like, okay, what do you think of women with short hair?
um there are some women with short hair and a certain look which wasn't very common back in the day, which I've always liked. That
Mhm.
look, like the side shave, has been completely and utterly destroyed.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because when I was a teenager and stuff, I used to love that kind of look. And
Mm.
now I'm like, it
You want nothing to do
can't.
with it? Yeah.
Yeah,
I used to love
but
bobs, like the
like,
traditional bob.
there you go. The one on the left, the one that was in Starship Troopers, her with short hair and her hair like that, I think works. But I
Mhm.
think that having your hair in that style is so specific. Like, some people can pull it off,
Yeah.
but there has to be something, like, you have to be on an entirely other level to actually pull it off. Because I think she's like one of the most attractive people that have been in entertainment. I think she's
I
incredible.
agree. Yeah.
Um, but so it shows off her face, and because she's so out there, it enables you to like, okay, you can do it. I think it's so niche though that it's like you're looking for the exceptions rather than the rule.
Well, Bond girls are supposed to be the exceptions, right? Or at least they used to
Yeah, but
be.
I think even among Bond girls, like even most people, even her, I think she'd look better with her hair down. But I think
Mhm.
she can still like that picture that is not that one, but the one to the top left of her. I think she looks great there with her hair up. I think that's an incredible photo.
Hmm.
But bobs and stuff in general, no, no. Like the one
Yeah.
you showed, the one that was she was
Where'd she
in
go?
Superman. That
Yeah.
one, yeah. I don't think that fits. No.
Yeah. I remember really I used to love this hairstyle and then it became the hallmark of like crazy leftists and I was like, "And we're done with that
I
because
don't even think it looks like generally I think down to sort of chest level is probably the best.
Mm.
But I actually think that hair's one of those things is like longer is better. I understand it takes like more upkeep and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
But like look at like this is an updo. This takes time, but it's still got like it's a half
well,
up,
her
half
hair's,
down.
in my opinion, is like her hair's down.
Yeah.
But even, I don't know. There's a lot. I think when I was a kid, there was a whole thing of people kept pulling their hair back, and they'd pull it so tight it like changed their face because like
Yeah.
pulling the skin back and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's oh no. I've never understood why.
I thought she was cute. She has a
Uh,
Russian accent. She's the golden eye Bond
yeah, but
girl.
I don't like her hair. This is the thing. Like she like
We're gonna go back to Onatopp.
no. Well, I also think the other woman did look more attractive in some pictures. I think that was a terrible picture.
That is, yeah,
Like,
it was a pretty bad.
so I think yes, in that movie she was hot, but I don't like her hair, and I think that was a bad picture.
Fair. I don't have. Ooh, that's a good picture.
See, I think she looks way better there.
Yeah.
Again, though, I think she'd look better with longer hair. This is what I'm going to keep them down to. Even the ones where I like you with short hair, I'd still prefer you to have long. I think you'd look better with longer ones. But I think people can pull it off.
Yeah, I always remember like the Bond girls are always just like these devastatingly gorgeous women. Cause, you know,
Yeah, but
like
why
it's
not?
Bond. Right. Like, why
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah, she
they
was
be?
good. I liked her.
Yeah, she fell far though. Like, look at what she's done in Wheel of Time. It's sad.
Yeah, I know.
But she was a great Bond girl. I think
She would have been better for Wheel of Time at this age.
yes, she would have by a
I still
long
like her as an
shot.
actress. I actually think she was probably the best thing about Wheel of Time.
Yeah, she was because she knows how to act.
But there's a scene that I watched during Wheel of Time, the one where she's the one in the aeroplane, and like you just kind of think you would actually have made a great kind of Moraine at that age.
At that age, she definitely would have. I think it's probably like 15, 20 years late for Wheel of
But
Time.
the whole point of entertainment, right, is supposed to be you please as many people as you can to get as many people into the place as possible. And that's your only job. That's the only thing you're supposed to be concerned about. So, if you want to get men into a place, have attractive women. Like, it sells. I don't know why this is a controversial or like something that they've rebelled against all of a sudden, but it has. And it's so obviously a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like, no, we can actually change. They genuinely think they can change because they're such massive brands, or together we can change because they think everything's socially constructed, right? So they don't think that people finding someone attractive is evolutionary, that actually know it's about genetics and fertility and all those kind of signs are hardwired into us. They genuinely think that if we can make entertainment and society see only these people, then they will find that attractive, and we can change it to people finding like average people as the peak. Now there is something that happened during my lifetime, and if you go back and watch Coupling, you'll see it all the time. There's a lot of jokes about people with a fat arse in that, and she's like, that's like her enemy. She describes her arse as like her lifelong rival that is constantly snacking when she's not looking at it. And it's all about that's something you're not supposed to want it to do. And that's entirely flipped now. Now it'd be the other way around. And so that is something that's changed in society in my lifetime. And I don't know when it happened. I don't know why it happened.
I don't know
It's not happened for
either.
me, but it has happened.
I don't find excessively large butts attractive. Like, I think
Not me.
that for someone
Loads of
who
people do though. Like the bigger the better. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me because those like generally even if you squat, which most of these women with big butts are not doing, what that's telling me is that that's just where your body stores fat. Like you happen to it doesn't sit on your hips, it sits on your butt. And that tells me that you are probably not eating very healthfully, and that it's going to cause lots of issues for you going down the road because like I'm sorry, I just don't see a big ass as an asset.
No, but most men nowadays do. Like, and that is a societal like, and obviously I'm talking about the UK. Don't know about America, but as far as I can tell from people that I see talk about America, like it seems to have changed over there as well. And now I don't know whether it was all the other way over there, but around it, I think it probably happened in like the 90s, early 2000s. Definitely, there was an entire because Coupling is a show from maybe late 90s, early 2000s. So it's changed after that in this country that everyone wanted a small arse, like of just like muscle, and now
Yeah.
entirely 180.
Well, I mean, Buns of Steel was like $1 million thing before like but before fitness stuff was really like a thing like that. It was literally like
Yeah,
Buns
but
of Steel was
people
the
that do squat and stuff can get that, and it would still be muscle.
yeah.
So
Yeah, but it's not going to be huge. That's what I'm saying. Like there's only so
I don't
big
know.
your
I don't know if you've seen some of the Instagram people.
well, those are butt implants. Like
That's
your
their entire Instagram thing is squatting.
yeah, well, I don't know. I know that I do squats and my butt's not that big. If anything, it just got like I don't
Well, I'm
even
sure
know.
some of it's genetic. I'm more on about from a societal point of view.
I think honestly it's
Small
because it's
asses used to be
harder.
attractive, and now big ones are.
Yeah,
Like that is something that the media has changed.
yeah.
So
I think honestly it's because one, girls got late. Like girls don't go to the gym anymore. Like women in their 40s, women in their 30s and 40s, most generally don't go to the gym anymore because again, that's putting in effort and that's patriarchal because you're doing it for the male gaze. And so it's much easier to eat and get a fat butt and call that attractive and then just sort of try and rewire men to think that way. But also, it's harder to get caught staring at a man or at a woman's butt than at a woman's breasts. Like the whole thing of my eyes are up here. Um, I first of all, a
I,
perfect
I,
example.
I, I don't know whether
Picture on
you've
the screen. Picture on the
there was.
screen. She's clearly we're emphasizing
Mhm.
something, right? If you don't want men to look at this, then there are outfits that will detract that will cut off the line
Oh
of
yeah,
sight
it's
for your
harder to
boobs.
show them off than not to.
Yeah.
You
So
just don't
this
wear
takes
something with a deep V.
yeah. So, but
Men manage it.
women would wear that's this whole oh my god, I hate feminists. It's this whole you should be able to walk into a room in a low cut shirt and then nobody should look at your low cut shirt. No one
Well,
should
this
look at
comes
your
down to it's like the
breasts.
makeup thing. I don't wear it for other people. I wear it for myself. It's a
Mhm.
lie. No,
It
you
is a
don't.
lie.
You wouldn't be
And
showing it off.
the reason that women get mad only it's the thing is it's the men that they don't it's the wrong men are looking at their outfit or the wrong men are looking at
Yeah,
their
yeah.
chest. It's like I'm too good for you. You don't deserve to look at what I am displaying,
Well, it was
right?
like She-Hulk. There was a scene in a bar where she desperately wanted guys, but then a guy comes up to her in the bar and they treat him like filth. And
Yeah.
the show is trying to insinuate that he did something wrong, and it's like no, he just walked up and like was trying to chat to you,
Yeah.
and you were an arse to him. But then they're like, I can't believe they're doing that, and it was like trying to make it out as if he'd done something horrible to her. It's like no, he was actually like okay about it. It just like approached you. I don't know what it was. I actually have a kind of a theory with She-Hulk that what you see because in the Rings of Power thing, the showrunners were like, actually, you don't see Halbrand at all. Like, you don't see his actions.
Mm-mm.
You see him through other people's eyes. So you
Yeah.
only see him through Galadriel's eyes. Or you see... So actually, you're not seeing objective reality. You're seeing other people's impressions of him, like memories. And I was thinking, well, what if that's like She-Hulk? Like, everything you see is through her eyes. So it isn't actually the objective reality of what happened. Like, he could have come up and been really nice, but you see it through her impression of him that this is a horrible person. And then I went down there. I went down a whole kind of. It was a long walk. Idea of what happens if the entire show, like, it makes a big deal that She-Hulk, when she gets infected, she doesn't have any alternate personality or anything. It's like, yeah, but what if it's a mental break? Like, what if every time after because she's talking to the camera, It's like
Mm-hmm.
she's talking to people in her head. She goes out and breaks through the real world. What if everything in the world after she gets infected with the Hulk is actually just her in this complete mental breakdown?
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, because
I
she's
might
like
actually.
hallucinating talking to people. And like Hulk hears her. So she's actually talking out loud to invisible people.
That's fair. I mean,
And then she literally breaks out of all reality. Like that final scene could actually be seen as just an utter mental breakdown. Like she's miserable, sad, upset, depressed, and then in the end final scene, she just can't handle it anymore and she snaps. And she just goes into this fantasy world.
huh. All is smarter than anything the writers came up with.
Well, this is the thing. I think I could build a case for it. It's like one of those things, with Star Wars, the what Jar Jar, the
Uh-huh.
Sith, and people do
Yeah.
like a whole theory video. And like, I don't know whether that's real, but it sounds cool when you put in all your kind of evidence for it. I kind of think you could do that with She-Hulk in this.
I'm one of those people, but also that's what George said he
There's
wanted to
only
do.
one flaw, and I don't think it happens, but I'd have to watch it again to see. If she talks to the camera before she's infected with Hulk powers, that would destroy it. But I don't think she does.
No, that
There
doesn't
is the
happen.
starting scene where she's a lawyer and she like right at the start, she talks to the camera, but that's after she's a Hulk. And I don't think in the car before that she does.
Can I also just point out,
It took me a long time to think of this, by the way. This is what I do when I go for a walk. I just start thinking about various different topics.
I love it. Like the fact that your mind is able to work this way is actually pretty cool.
I actually said on Twitter there was something like, thank you for letting me do this kind of thing. It enables me to make videos about things that before I'd have just thought about on a walk. But this is the kind of thing that I mean. It's like, but yeah, sorry, I don't know how we got onto that from cleavage.
We were talking. Yeah, well, because you'd mentioned that in She-Hulk, the guy just walks up to her in the bar and she's just mean.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because it's the wrong guy. Like that's the thing. There's women out there who are like, I want to be looked at by men, but only the men that I want to look at me. Any other man that looks at me, if I don't want him to, then it's harassment. Like one of the funniest things I ever heard. I've never read or watched it, but it's called oh god, 50 Shades, I guess.
Of Grey.
Yes, 50 Shades of Grey. Thank you. And so like
I didn't know that. Yeah, that was every sort of depressed middle-aged housewife's dream.
yeah,
I've heard from like men read it because it's supposed to be like, oh, this is really pushing the boundaries. And from like men that have read it, I'm like, no, this is just basic stuff.
well, I'll take your word for it, but
I think Nick Recator did a whole review of it. I need to watch that at some point.
That would not shock me. Mahler.
He went through everything. I think he read like the entire book series.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, all I know is one that was a huge thing for a while, but also I saw one of the funniest memes ever. It was, let's be real, if the main male character in that story hadn't been a billionaire, it would have been an episode of Criminal Minds. Like
yes, the weird thing is, and I've not read it myself, so I only heard it from like third party things. It's actually like it pitches it as if the man is in control, but it's not. The entire thing is just this really basic kind of average woman comes along and she changes him. It's like, I'm doing all this, and she's like, no, like I'm the one in control now, kind of thing. It's the whole I can change. You know what I've always hated, and this is in every single chick flick, and I despise it. I've despised it since I was a kid. I've despised this since before I knew why I even despised it to begin with. And it's like, have you ever seen Bridget Jones?
Yes, I hate that movie.
Yes, but every like chick flick has it where there's two men, and like one of them is he's kind of weak and beta, but he would at least kind of make you happy. He's not an arse. And then you've got the arse that she's just always going for, and they start competing for her, And she's like, generally goes with the bad boy, but then she'll end up with the other guy. And I'm like, why are these two men doing this? Like, I do not understand. Like, just leave, go somewhere else. Firstly, she's not even worth it. She's not special. She doesn't provide anything. I don't know why you're arguing over her in the first place. But the very idea that two men would even be in, I don't get the whole male competition over a person. To me, if she can't even decide, I'd be like, you're not even worth it, are you? Like, you're just playing games. I'm not going to sit here and try and beat him for you.
Yeah,
But that seems to be the female thing of, like, fighting. I want to be fought over. I'm like, no.
Like, they fundamentally misunderstand, like, the idea of being chased. Like, it's a double, it's a double, meaning. So, chased as in, like, the man coming after you, but also chased as in, like, you are not open for, like, you don't open your legs to anybody. You know what I mean? So, for a man to chase you, you have to have other qualities besides what's in between your legs.
Yeah, but
As
I
to
also
how
think it's the competition between the two men that get me.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
she's with
see
a guy, and the other guy
Mhm.
is still supposed to chase her and,
Yeah.
like, win her off him. And, like, that's disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not going to go
hate
after somebody else's woman. That's repulsive.
Yes, love triangle
For
is
one of the
my
reasons that if
least.
she's cheated on him, she'd cheat
Yep.
on me anyway. So I
Yep.
wouldn't want somebody that did that in the first
Yep.
place. So why would I even
Absolutely.
attempt it? It's
It would be, yeah, no, the love triangle thing, it irritates the crap out of me. Because it's a woman who doesn't it's an indecisive woman who doesn't know how to be loyal, and then it's two men who are way out of her league that are fighting over her. And
well, that's 50 Shades of
it's
Grey did that.
it's the thing that really pisses me off when I see that trope is it's insanely unhealthy to,
hmm
like, have I god dang it, now I can't even think. One Tree Hill. Have you ever seen One Tree Hill or heard of it at all?
I've heard of it.
Okay.
Um,
It's like it's like one of those teen soap things, and
yeah, there was loads like
n-
Dawson's
not
Creek and all that kind of
yes.
stuff.
One Tree Hill summarizes this perfectly. So, I'm going to tell you something. Like, growing up as a girl in the 90s and early 2000s, it was literally, if a man really wants you, he is going to fight for you. If a man really wants you, like, you telling him no isn't going to discourage him. You're going
I
to
don't like that
still
idea either.
Oh, I hate it. It is a root. See, because it sounds harmless. It's like, if you're being uh if you're trying to better yourself, if you're trying to do well, and and you tell a man no, if he really wants you for you, that no isn't going to discourage him. He's going to keep pursuing you. And then it morphed into a man should pursue you no matter what. And
You know
there
what
is
I
a
think that comes down to? I think that
mm,
comes down to the desire to have multiple.
yep.
Again, it's like the love
Multiple
triangle and
men.
stuff. They just want the attention with no intention of doing anything about it. So if you
Yes.
put out this idea that you should just keep chasing someone that
Quantity.
says no, it's like
Mhm.
allows you just kind of farm attention off multiple people
Yep.
while not actually
Quantity.
giving anything back. It's like, no, if she doesn't provide anything for you, then you're just
Yep.
wasting your time and effort and resources. So stop it.
Absolutely. It's quantity over quality. Girls were told to push for attention over respect. That's literally what it came down to. And there is a clip in One Tree Hill, and I don't know why this scene, like, really just it did something to me, cuz my cousin loved this show, right? I never understood why, but she loved it, and she would be like, "Come watch it with me." And she was like one of my favorite cousins. She still is. um but the scene is, I can't even remember the characters' names, but it's a guy and a girl, and they're outside, and he's like, "What did you want from me?" Right? Because they're having a dispute. And she's like, "I wanted you to fight for me." And it's like, really? Because you told him to, like, get out of your life and to stay away from you, and that you wanted nothing to do with them. So if what you really wanted was for him to fight for you, why didn't you tell him that? And so it like I think I was 11 when I watched it, and it just woke me up to how much of a lie this all was. Like, you cannot tell a man, you can't tell anybody something if you mean the actual opposite. And it's not like this isn't like a cutesy kind of thing where it's like, baby, come to bed. And you're like, no, stop it, get out. Like, it's not play like that. It's nothing like that. Like, she literally flat out she was like, you know, I never want to see you again. Get out of my face, and slams a door in his face. And then, like 3 months later, or whenever this episode happened, she's still pissed at him. She's pissed because he's now dating somebody else. And he's like, what did you want from me? I did what you said. And she's like, I wanted you to fight for me.
I think
And
I've seen that clip because I remember, I don't know whether it is from that, but I remember a clip of a woman screaming at someone, I wanted you to fight for me. I don't know whether it's the same thing.
yeah,
It's weird.
women want to be fought for because we feel like I'm
That's the
obviously
ultimate
using the
attention.
general.
But
Yeah.
also removes like any kind of accountability,
Mhm.
like because it's not me. You just kept doing it. It's like
Yeah. It's the thing with this is like these Bond women had men falling over themselves for them and they knew it, and so they had their pick, but they only let a guy on if it was for an ulterior motive. Like she literally at first she was leading Bond on because she needed information from him, and so she used her feminine wiles to get there, right?
yeah. I have to say, out of the Bond girls, I know it's first. A lot of them did start off as sort of just they didn't really do anything.
Mhm.
And they were just kind of, oh, I just need to be protected and stuff. I did like the ones that were like they had something about them.
Yes. Had a little bit more substance to them.
But there's a middle ground which we've
Yes.
entirely lost. There is a difference between
yes.
just being somebody who's like incompetent and everything to
Mhm.
being dominant. Like,
Yeah.
like
There's
you
a
should be
difference
aware of
between
where your talents are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difference between this, very big difference between this
But like I say, I don't like
and
her as a character because of how she acted.
mhm. But then you go to Onatop, who is obviously like dominating, but she's I mean, again, can you think of a
Is
more
it weird that even though she was a physically, like she was an assassin, she could fight physically and stuff, everything about her was still feminine?
Yes, absolutely. And the thing is too, women have stronger. It's been proven women have stronger lower bodies and men have stronger upper bodies. Now, obviously, if it's a man who trains, he's gonna be. But like because we have to give birth and everything, and we have to carry around a baby for 9 months while they're growing in our womb, women have stronger legs. So it's like purely feminine the way that she killed these men. She crushed them with her legs.
Yeah, and someone in the chat brought up earlier Bambi and Thumper. That was, again, they beat him
Yes.
up, but that was very feminine kind of fight as well.
Mhm. And there were 2 of them. Keep that in mind too. There were 2 of them
Yeah, but they
fighting
used
him.
like gymnastics and stuff.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it was. I hope you've got safe search on.
It's Blonde Girl, Bambi, and Thumper. We should be fine. Yeah, see, like, but he even, like, again, here we go. Water fighting. They're in the pool. He's drowning them. Like, he's got them under his thumb. But, like,
Yeah,
right here.
that was funny. Yeah, because he got the upper hand, but when he was drowning them, it wasn't like. He kind of enjoyed it. It was kind of like teaching them a lesson. He wasn't trying to like kill them or anything. This was just like dunking them until they'd calm down.
Yeah. But see, like here,
I forgot that bit.
Yeah, she's holding him with her legs, right? She's clearly got some muscle.
Yeah,
like,
she might actually be like a gymnast kind of thing.
Yeah. And so she's got him with her legs. So she's cutting off. So right here, this is why a rear naked choke works, is because you're cutting off the blood flow rather than the air. And so it makes you black out faster. Like
I've seen people on YouTube do that chokehold where the people just pass out. That was weird watching that.
Because what's happening is you're cutting off the arteries, you're cutting off the blood flow to and from the brain. And on average, if I can get a man in a rear naked choke who's twice my size and I can hold it for 3 seconds, I can take him down. But it's holding on for those 3 seconds and not letting the chokehold slip. That's the problem. But the way she's doing it, because again, women have stronger legs, it's gonna take a little bit longer, but it's also gonna be harder for him to pull her off because legs are stronger, and she's using
Yeah,
her
and I
whole
think in this as
body.
well, wasn't a lot of it kind of they would hold it for the other one. So
Yep,
I'll restrain him, and then that gives you access
yep,
to like do a hit.
and then you come up and hit him. So
But
like
even
right
then,
here.
he
Yep.
got the upper hand. Whereas now in the new ones, he'd lose.
Mhm. So here he barely so she comes up to kick him and he sees her coming and he barely manages to like move and uses the momentum against her. But he was being like she was holding him so that Thumper could come up and like literally like sock him in the gut. So they were tag teaming.
Oh,
Is
I forgot the pool scene afterwards. That was
Yeah.
an awesome scene. This is
He's
what I mean, though. It's only seeing the image. I'm like, okay, now I remember all of it because I remembered the
Mhm.
fight.
Yeah, and it's funny because he's like they're like, "Have you found a location yet?" And he's like, "1 second," and then he dunks him again.
Well,
And he's like, "Should be any moment now." But like, even look at this, like, just like, she's so feminine and she's so beautiful, and it's it's fantastic to watch and just see. Like, she looks like a woman. She exudes femininity. It's I we don't get this anymore and it's just sad. Um but like when you talk about Bond girls, um it's I mean, this was probably the last time cuz even she sleeps with Bond to unload his gun. Like she uses sex as a
she certainly
weapon.
unloads his gun.
Yes, both of them. But like I can't honestly I can't think of another Bond girl after her that does that. Because even Vespa, like, she gets a redemption arc after she dies. Like, the reason she died was for you. And like that never made any sense to me, but whatever. I don't know. It's I miss beautiful women. I really do. I miss beautiful women being allowed to be beautiful women.
Yeah, that is one of the amazing things about entertainment. Now, you see people in the movies, you're like, oh, okay, but then you see them outside. It's like, wow, you had to actually try and
Mhm.
like make her look awful to even achieve what you did. It was
Mhm.
like one of the best things. The woman that plays Harley Quinn, I used to know her name until I
Margot
needed to
Robbie.
say it. Yeah,
Yeah.
uh, they tried to in the first one where she's Harley Quinn. You're like, okay, not really my type. I think you've made her worse than she looks in sort of The Wolf on Wall Street, but
Mhm.
still attractive. And then she did her own movie, the Emancipation one. I'm like,
Yes.
wow, you have actually managed to make Margot Robbie not attractive, and I don't know how you did it. But by golly, did you achieve it?
I
It's like, this
know.
is something I didn't think was physically possible, but you managed it.
It's just oh gosh, it's so tragic to just to witness the downfall of Bond and Bond girls. Like they're just not allowed to be beautiful women without like Bond girl got banned off the set. Like you couldn't say Bond girl on No Time to Die.
But yeah, I
And
mean,
that
well,
makes
they were joking about what was it, the X-Men? They didn't want it to do that. Then you had Men in Black. There was more comments about that. Even saying the names, they're like, no, no, no. The name is too much.
Yeah, it's that this is kind of what we've devolved into, and like Onatop is honestly one is probably my favorite Bond girl, just because out of all of them, she's so lethally feminine that you can't help but admire it. I don't know if that makes sense, but she's just
What that's the kind of thing, because I never thought about it before, but it is the case of she showed that you could still have a fight,
mm-hmm.
but she's not like going toe to toe with him. She's not trying to fight him. I think it comes down to just playing to your strengths rather than
Yeah,
trying to pretend that you can co-op somebody else's. I
yeah,
think that's what it is. It's uh, like if you see there's something. It's like when you said Bond was sexist and stuff. I'm like, no, I don't think he is. But I think actually the modern attitude in entertainment is, because it's like see something wrong with that, so we've got to act more like men. Because I think they only see they see everything as power and
Yeah.
like dominance. Like that is they think everything is built off power and dominance. Like all hierarchies are built off power and dominance, and they're not. They're built off merit. But
Yep.
merit can come in various different forms. You just have to be good. So if you play to your natural strengths, you will inevitably be a better person, like a better version of yourself than you will be if you're trying to imitate something that
Mm-hmm.
isn't your strength.
Yeah, for all these, and what's really hilarious to me is all of these leftists and all these feminists probably have like those built like those posters or whatever, the boards on their wall or whatever that say like be the best version of yourself, or strength comes from within, or true beauty is how you treat others. And yet they completely misunderstand. They think that that is how the world should see them. They don't see a need for self-improvement at all. And that's a real problem. Like, I had someone ask me one time, like, where I rate myself on a scale, and I said I am a solid 5.5, and I'm comfortable there. Like, I know I know what I look like. I own a mirror. I've got I'm not, I can clean up and maybe hit 7. Um, but I'm I'm really
Adjustable 6, then, is what you.
adjustable 6.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like
but
you
it
can doll yourself up to more.
Yeah, and that's that should be the point. But I mean, like I'm judging myself also on.
But if you ask people out in the street, they'll do 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 all the way down the line.
Yeah, see, but that to me,
You've cut out. You've still
that's
cut out.
they're lying to
Oh, they're back.
themselves.
You're back
Oh,
now.
sorry. Yeah, no, I stopped because I'm like trying to find the right way to say this. They're either if they genuinely believe that, they're in true denial, or they're
No,
just
no, no. I've
lying to
seen people.
themselves.
It's on lots of the shows that do kind of relationship kind of things. They ask them like, "Do you actually think that?" And they come back with something which I think is meant to be a masculine attitude, but it isn't. And they say things like, "Well, I think it's about confidence. You need to act like you're a 10 and think you're a 10." So like, so they come back and like, so you realize you're not a 10. It's like, no, I think I'm a
Yeah.
10. It's like, what? It's like, I should project out into the world that I'm a 10.
No,
Like,
you can't.
what? It's
That's
like,
that
but I know I'm.
manifest.
Yeah, it was simultaneously. It's this whole perception is reality. If we all get together and believe something, then it becomes true. If we can just convince the world of something, then it's accurate. It's not living in objective reality. It is. They think it's the idea that you can make your own world if you can just convince everyone. Like if you act like it's, then it's. I suppose it is kind of manifestation, but it's more like perceptional, and they really valued confidence. Which one of the things that I think has happened is that projection has become so strong that
Yeah.
people have begun to act like they would want a partner to. And I've been guilty of this. When I was a teen, I did exactly the same thing. You begin to embrace characteristics that you want in a partner, which is terrible because they don't want the same thing. So you've
Yeah.
got the women going around going, I think we should all be really independent, go for a career, and be incredibly confident. I'm like, no, that's what you want your man to be.
Yeah.
That's not what he wants, though. And then you've got men that are doing the same thing. It's like, well, I think I should be sensitive and caring and think about your emotions. I should ask what
No.
you want and give you what you want. It's like, no, that's what you want. And so people have begun to embody what they desire rather than, and it's counterproductive.
Yeah. No, probably the most unattractive man I ever saw was he had like
Shane,
wash.
yes, that's one of them.
Which one? This
Just pearly
Shay,
things. She's
just
actually
pearly things.
exploded in a channel, but I do like her channel.
Okay. I don't think I've ever watched her, but
She's
you've mentioned her to me.
she's a realist. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like,
She's where I got like some of the statistics from and stuff.
oh, okay. I have got to check her out. But it's like the thing for me, the probably the most unattractive man I've ever seen in my life. He had like washboard abs, toned muscle. He never missed a day at the gym. He didn't skip leg day. Um and but he would always defer to me for advice. And like, I don't mind giving some advice like once in a while, but at some point you just look like you just look incapable. And it's super, I don't care how pretty of a package you come in. If you are a man who cannot make a decision, I don't have time for you.
Yeah, but I
Um,
think that's embodying again. Like I said, I tried the same thing. You begin to embody what you want because it's kind of logical in a way, especially when the media. I like when I was growing up, there was a lot of sort of what was the term they used? Metrosexual, the modern man.
yes. Yep.
That was when I was growing up, so that kind of influences you, and you think, oh, okay. And if you believe it, it's a disaster. But you very
Well, they
quickly learn it's a disaster. But
yeah.
there was the whole because I was actually I think part of it's natural that if I'm in a relationship with someone, I will act differently, but I was acting too much differently. So
Mhm.
you do begin. I when I was a teen would kind of so I'd like do that. It's like, well, what do you want to do? We'll do what you want to do, and it doesn't work. And it's like
No.
if I'd just been me, like the way I act to everybody else, it's way more successful, you know? Because
Yeah, the lie this is another thing that's in chick flicks is, um,
yeah,
where the guy is like, "Well, what do you think?" And or like, so say you and I were sitting at a table and you're like the head of the company or whatever, and you were like, "Well, lady, like, okay, I've heard the other 7 men around the table. Lady Gravemaster, what are your thoughts?" Right? And then it's like a man and then the way they play it off is a man who actually listens, a man who is actually, who actually puts value on what a woman has to say because here's the
well,
thing.
that was She-Hulk. That She-Hulk wanted a guy who was confident enough to come up to her, was like strong. He was a doctor. He cured all this stuff. He was absolutely massive and bulky. He was sort of the peak physical kind of guy, but he was incredibly submissive and did everything she wanted. And he read feminist literature, knew how to submit, and she could lead. It's
Yeah, most women don't want that. You don't want a submissive dude. Like,
well, I think there's a big difference between the attitudes of it sounds nice until they have it, and then I think they'd
mhm.
be unhappy with it. And they wouldn't.
Yeah,
I don't even think they'd know why.
mhm. Because they've bought into this lie that like it's it's where if a man should appreciate your opinion no matter what it is. And that is like that's so it's so screwed up because why I said this, I did a video yesterday and it was because this male feminist wrote an article about do boys really need male role models? And I was actually I couldn't even finish the article. I was so disgusted with it. And I say in that video, I'm like, if boys don't need male role models, why do girls need female ones? Like,
I think it actually goes. I think you can go further than that. I think women or girls need male role models.
yes, absolutely. I say that too. Like we desperately need them because the thing is, like women have been told that men need to appreciate everything we have to say. Like anything that comes out of our mouth is pure gold. And for the most part, it's pure shit. We're usually playing games. Like there is almost always an agenda behind it. And and that's the shitty part about when I'm talking with other girls, it's always in the back of my head of like what is it that they're trying to get at? What are they angling for? Like what is the actual purpose of this conversation? Because it really irritates me when like you and I have had some disagreements on the stream, but I've definitely conceded to you on 2 points. I agree that maybe Bond isn't sexist. He's definitely a womanizer, but
Yeah, but
after
that's
we've
being a
broken
man.
yeah,
If a
like
man can, he will.
yeah. So
Like,
again, I concede on the sexist point, and I forget the other point that I conceded on. But you and I have had like a bit. I think we have our own opinions. Like especially, I know we both like Brosnan, but Connery is definitely my second or my third, and Dalton is definitely my second. And like it's it's you're able to
hey,
still
we agree on
be
the first two then.
yeah. There you go. But I mean, we're still able to like be ourselves and have our own opinions. When girls start to agree with me on everything, it is I am looking
I,
for what
I've
they're
had
actually after.
I've had that. There's I don't know why. I can't explain it, but I've had it where there was someone who agreed with me on literally everything to the
Mm-mm.
point where I started to make things up. I'd say things that I'm like,
Yeah.
there's no way you agree with this. I was like, oh yeah, this is yeah. I'm like, this is bizarre. And it felt like there wasn't a person there. This
Yeah.
She was so agreeable. It's like so like wanting to be liked, I guess. It's the only way I could really explain it. That it was like there wasn't a person on the other side. It was
Hmm.
like morphed. And I kind of got to the impression that um if you're doing that with me, you're doing that with everyone else. And
Yep.
so you could be simultaneously multiple different people just based on who you'd last talked to. And I didn't like that. Like,
No.
it didn't feel like there was a person there that I was having a
It's
discussion with.
disingenuous. It's not genuine. And so like when girls start to like if a guy starts to agree with me on a lot of stuff, I've not had this in a while because I don't talk to guys without my husband around generally speaking. Like obviously like at work sometimes I do, but I always keep it professional and like above board and stuff. But for the most part like I don't just go out and strike up random conversations with men. That's just not something that I do. But when I was younger, and especially when I was in the Marine Corps, where the ratio is literally like one woman to
Oh, yeah, I can, I
100
can imagine in
dudes,
the military you don't have
like,
much choice.
yeah, there was a like my conversations. It was I was one female in a shop of like there were 9 of us, and I was the
I'm
only chick.
surprised in that
So
environment you didn't become one of the lads. Because I've always
I
thought in the
did in.
military everyone
Mhm.
would become one of the lads just because of the environment.
You do. So okay, the thing in
Well,
the
you don't act like that
military.
now, or you don't come across that way.
Well, that's because I've had a husband for 11 years. So
Ah.
um there you go. But it's when I was in the military, so like the way that the military generally works, you're either a mattress or one of the guys. Like that's
Yeah,
kind of
I
how
didn't
it
know these
works.
terms until you explained them to me.
Yeah. So you've got your barracks bunnies and you've got your one of the guys. And so like I would though because I loved having genuine fun and because there was a lot of masculine energy around me. This is the weird thing. I actually became more feminine when I went into the Marine Corps cuz there was so much masculine energy everywhere that you like obviously it's I mean it's a 100 to 1 ratio of male to female. Like you I actually started to kind of rebel against my tomboyish nature when I was younger,
Oh, so you
and
were a tomboy. Okay, that
oh,
explains
yeah.
the military.
I
Because
was a
I kind of had this assumption that the women that join the military would tend towards being kind of tomboyish.
mhm. But when you get into the military, the level of masculinity is so thick that you can't help but you like, even if you are, like, the most masculine chick, right? You can't help but be feminine compared to the guys. Like, it's just
Yeah.
there is no hiding it, there's no disguising it, even
Oh,
if you
because if you try,
are
it'd
one of.
come across as a parody otherwise.
Yeah, basically. And so, like, even if you tried to compete on, like, a masculine level, it just wouldn't work. You'd still come across as a girl, as a woman, as a female. And I literally because I was in boots and utes all day, I was in jet fuel, I was covered in all this grime and gunk. I loved going home, cleaning up, putting on my civvies, doing my hair, and that's the military is actually when I started wearing makeup, like, frequently, not
Yeah.
just
See, now
for.
guys don't do that. I don't think that's something that guys do because you only have to look at like the over here. There was a big kind of coal mining thing. There were a lot of coal
Mhm.
mine towns, and you would see like the coal miners. They'd come out of work. They'd go to the pub, and they'd
Yep.
still just be covered head to toe in coal. They weren't
Mhm.
desperate to get it off them or anything. I don't
Nope.
think men have that kind of
Nope. You don't.
aspect.
The military is the same way. Like, you guys, they would go home and they'd be covered in grease, gun oil, jet fuel, all
Yeah.
of it. And they just didn't care. And it was such a masculine scent that I was actually really attracted to it, as were all of pretty much all the other women in the military. And like, but you just, the masculinity is so heavy that it's so easy to bloom. I know that that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but because there's all of this masculine energy around you, you like cling to your femininity because it is something that separates you from all of these guys and you know it and you don't want to lose that part of yourself. And so you grab
Okay,
hold and you don't let go.
I don't want to interrupt your thoughts,
No,
but I
you're good.
really need to be right back.
No, you're fine.
I've been like trying to work.
Go, run away. You're fine. See, Disparu is proving that he just doesn't care what I have to say. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Shane,
Well, that
yes.
was just assumed.
I was teasing. Um, yes, loads of female vets say the same. That's where it breathes femininity into you because, like, this is a place where like the opportunity to be feminine is so minuscule. It's so minute that any opportunity that presents itself to be feminine, you gravitate towards it. It's like water in the desert. It's so hard to explain. I don't know what it is. I don't know if because there's so many men, but it it's just it, you you naturally gravitate towards your own femininity and it just blossoms. Like I worked every day next to the guys. They could work faster than me and they did a lot more I help with team lifts and stuff? Sure. But like I could carry a tire, like one, and there were dudes who were doing maybe two or three on their shoulders. Like, but I'm over here like I could roll two of them towards wherever they had to go. But if we had to carry that, I could only carry one. Meanwhile, I'm looking over at like my husband and some of my buddies and stuff like that. And they're over here like manhandling 3, 4 tires. And I'm like, good God in heaven. You guys are so strong. I look like an idiot, but I'm going to do the best I can and I'm going to contribute as much as I can while we're here. But then, like, the second that the opportunity presented itself, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just, like, you know, I'm gonna be a girl and just breathe. Am I talking really fast? See, yeah, I do that. Sorry. You guys know this. I go off on rants and tangents and stuff. And if I get super excited, I will go down that rabbit hole and there's no pulling me back. I'm sorry. But the idea that Bond, because I think that's probably why I have such a hard time believing Vespa's character is because I have been in the situation where it's hyper masculine. That doesn't draw out hyper masculine from females. It draws out hyper masculinity from males, but when women are around a hyper masculine male, it pulls out your femininity like you wouldn't believe. And the same is true in reverse. I noticed that when I would, like get the opportunity to be more feminine, the guys were I mean, they're already hyper masculine while we're at work, but it would turn into just this other type of like protective. Some of the, like my guy friends were big brother because obviously I was with my husband, and my husband would be hyper protective of me. And so that brought out like this this masculine drive in all of them. And so I wasn't allowed to pay for stuff. I would always offer, of course, but I wasn't allowed to pay for stuff. I wasn't allowed to get my own door. And they always made me walk on the inside of the street. And this is how I had grown up too. Like my grandparents, my uncles, my dad. This is how we were raised. Like the man walks on the outside in between you and the car. The man gets the door for you. He holds your arm. He supports you, and you support him. And it's like when we were out and I was allowed to be feminine, I actually was a lot happier. Um, because I felt like I was being more expressive of part of me that I didn't get to show off very often. So that's probably my biggest gripe with these the way that they portray females nowadays. Because hyper masculine men do not bring out masculinity in women. They bring out femininity to like the nth degree. I'm a woman. I always talk faster than I can form a thought. Are you kidding?
I was reading this, and I'm not quite sure what he means because I wasn't here for the conversation, so I don't know what he's referring to.
Because I went off on a tangent as I do, and I started to trip over myself because my mouth was going faster than my thoughts could come out.
Oh.
So he's saying that you can give me pointers on how to talk like a light gun machine. So it means that I'm belt fed, so that I've got like a light gun machine means that I'm able to speak
with
quickly.
Me,
yeah.
I have two modes. There's kind of video mode, which leads to lots of jump cuts, because if I'm thinking about a new issue or I'm trying to arrange my thoughts or come to something a bit more complicated, then I'm going to do a lot more pauses, which I cut out, which is why all the jump cuts are there. But in between those things, I've like already thought what I'm going to say, so I can talk about it quickly. But if I'm talking about something that I know, then yeah, I can talk pretty fast on it, because I've kind of I think things through, and then it's kind of solidified in my mind, and I kind of move on to the next thing. So if I've already thought through a topic, then I can talk pretty fast on it.
Oh, that's very masculine of you. Let me see if I can.
What the weird thing is, when I was a teenager, because I like going for walks, but when I go for walks, I kind of think through different topics and stuff. So I always actually find it like the stuff I was kind of thinking about in college always came in useful like in my 20s, because I'd already come to decisions on these things, and it's like that's when other people started to talk about them. Like, okay.
We talked about this just before we went live. So this body type that was common less like a generation ago, you now have an entire generation of women who think this is unrealistic, and this means that she never ate, which is not
I actually
true.
think it's a myth.
Yeah.
Like, it was the same with like thigh gap. People are like, thigh gap is a myth. It's like, no, it's a normal body type. Lots of people have it. But it's like, no, this is an actual physical impossibility. And you actually find now, there's a lot of it comes down to models as well. They've changed the models recently so that they're not like hourglass. They're like boys. They're straight up, straight down.
Yeah.
There's
They're rectangles.
nothing to them. Yeah. Which is a boy's body.
Yep.
So
it's weird. I don't like it. Like, this is very feminine. It's very attractive.
That is the stereotypical hourglass.
Yeah. And like, they're like, you can see her ribs. No, you can't. You can see a rib, which like
she's probably sucking in her stomach.
She's probably sucking in some. And if this is her sucking in and all you can see is one rib, she's like, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's not like you can count her ribs on the.
You've cut out.
She's balanced. She looks healthy. She looks beautiful. This is attainable. I don't know why this lie has been accepted that this is an unattainable body figure.
Well, it's not even that it's attainable. It's actually easily attainable.
Yeah.
You only have to eat as many calories as your body consumes. That's it.
Yeah. Like, just don't sit on your ass all day.
Well, no, you could sit on your ass all day. You could have that body and sit on your ass all day. You just have to eat less.
Yeah.
Which like, if you burn less calories, you eat less calories. Yep. It's simple maths. I also think diets have changed.
Yeah.
So I think that has a lot to do. I actually think that diet has a big, massive, like a way bigger influence on people. Like, even me, right? I will be happier. I will find things more funny, and I'll have more energy if I don't eat carbs and sugar. If I eat sugar, I kind of feel numb, and I don't find things as funny. And actually, though, but Sugar's I can make up for that if I consume caffeine. So it's almost like something has like numbed me, but the caffeine is a stimulant, so it puts you back into how you were. But yeah, staying off sugar does wonders.
Yeah, sugar is poison.
I find that carbs affect me negatively as well, a lot. I
Yeah.
actually, I used to have like serious nerve trouble. Couldn't use a mouse, couldn't use a keyboard for very long, massive pain. That turned out to be carbs. That I cut out the carbs, and I must have had like swelling in my wrists or something, like
Mm,
inflammation. Yeah, I don't know.
that's
I,
crazy.
I, I don't know whether it's because I've got older. Because I used to eat the same stuff, but now it affects me more negatively. So it's
Yeah.
probably exposing things.
Yeah, it's because your body, like, that's the thing. When you're younger, your body is able to bounce back from stuff easier too.
Yeah,
And so as you get older and it's takes longer for your body to bounce back from stuff, it you start to realize that just because you always ate pizza or you always drank beer, like stuff that's a high carb intake, that doesn't mean that you can still do that.
yeah, I know Melanie Mac King Roy. And I came to similar conclusions like before I knew her. I've been like because of the problems that I had. It was kind of like an experiment. For years I didn't know what it
Mhm.
was.
Yeah. I think a lot of people I think a lot of people just don't know what their body needs, and there's a lot of I'll use one of their favorite words. There's a lot of disinformation about diets out there. Um
You know, one of
so
the most interesting things I heard was there was a study done where it linked like mood to gut bacteria,
yep.
and like now they will even do like uh, transfer good like gut bacteria and stuff and try and rebalance it out because they found out there was actually a connection between the brain and the gut, which is insane. But when you
Mm,
think about it, it makes sense. Like if I've eaten a lot of sugar and I come off, you get cravings for sugar, right?
yeah.
It's not you getting cravings for sugar. It's the bacteria in your gut that wants to eat the
Yep.
sugar that gives you the cravings.
Yep.
So it's actually kind of influencing your behavior
Mhm.
from your gut, which kind of blew my mind when I realized that. But you get down to the. Have you ever seen that? I think it's an ant, but it can get infected by like a plant or a parasite or something, and it controls the ant and makes it climb up a hill,
Yep.
up a branch, so that it can use the spores to try and infect new people.
Yep.
So I don't think it's that unusual that it could happen to us. It's just something we'd never really thought
Thought
about.
about. Yeah, it's a problem because like Bond girls have always been there's always been a specific type and a specific look. They had to be gorgeous, they had to be ultra feminine, they had to be like they had to be peak woman basically. And you see this shift in the attitude that some of these modern Bond girls have, starting with Vespa, and you're recognizing that these people are fundamentally trying to change the definition of what a peak woman is. Like,
Look,
I
if you look at it from an aspirational point of view, these people were supposed to be the peak people that you could work towards, and it
mhm,
was meant to inspire you to work toward. Maybe you wouldn't hit it, but you would at least attempt to, which would improve you at some point. And now it's like the aspiration should just be to be you, and you shouldn't improve at all. You shouldn't work on
yeah,
yourself. And it's like, no, that's like horrible. Actually,
mhm,
people
'cause
need goals. They need to
yeah,
improve. They need to work towards something. Like I was saying, there needs to be something greater than them that gives them a reason for being.
mhm, yeah, exactly. Because if you have no goals, if you have no ambition, if you have nothing to strive for, if you're literally perfect, see, this is the argument that gets made with Superman, where he's a paragon, and they're like, "Yeah, Superman's boring." Superman is not boring. They just don't understand virtue and merit and his like Superman is such an intriguing character because at any moment he could literally rule Earth and nobody could stop him. He could, but he chooses not to because of how he was raised, how he was brought up, what his fundamental beliefs are. And so he's a paragon that like men should be striving to emulate essentially.
The thing that got me with
This
Superman was I watched because I don't know the comics that well, but there was I think it was comic historian or something like that, did a whole thing about the injustice thing. And someone explained that Superman lives his entire life holding back. Like, he can't use his full power, even on his enemies, even when he's in a fight. This is why, like, a lot of the time he can lose the start of the fight, because he's actually holding back, and he's like, okay, I can use my actual force on this.
Yep.
So he has to, like, learn that I can release a bit more. And it said that when he's fighting, I can't remember his name, the guy that's after, like, the God Cube and stuff. Like, that was the first time he could actually unleash his entire power against something. That was the first time he'd ever not held back. And it's, like, incredible to think about that. Yeah, living your entire life never able to use your... always having to resist is, it's a feat in itself.
Yeah, it is. And it speaks to...
Yeah, dark side.
Yeah, yep, that's who it is. I was trying to remember, the name wouldn't come to me either. But yeah, it's whomever, like, if someone is truly capable, and by the way, thank you Eskimonophona for the 20. I'm glad you're enjoying the discussions. The ability to have that power harnessed like that is a testament to how incredible Superman actually is. And with the idea that, and I mean, he still had, like, he had to work on his disguises, he had to work on his cover stories, he had to work on, like, if you read some of the comics, before Lois found out, he had to work on protecting her without giving himself away, which gave an extra element of difficulty, because his concern wasn't even so much, because as he grew to know Lois, it wasn't so much that she would spill his secret, which is always a concern, right? Because she's a journalist. But it's not that she would spill his secret. It's that someone would find out that she knows who he is and would exploit her as a weakness, or like use her to find out who he was and put her indirectly in harm's way. And so this was why he always kind of played at a distance. He didn't openly engage, because he didn't want to give himself that vulnerability.
Which is what actually one of the most horrific things that She-Hulk did, and I don't even think they realized they did it. There's a bit in that where she's pushing for the client list of a guy that makes costumes for all the, like, the heroes. It's like, well, I can't do that. These people need their identities protected.
Yeah.
And she's like, these are actually public people. And they have forfeited any right to privacy because they are forfeit people. Therefore, I need to know their names. And she wanted to out every single superhero that this guy had made costumes for.
That's
and
atrocious.
It's like, it's evil. Like, you literally wanted to put all of their families and lives in danger, and she just didn't care.
Like, see, this is why modern women can't and should not be in charge of superhero stories or comics, because first of all, I guarantee you most of those women have probably never picked up a She-Hulk comic in their life, and if they did, they probably flipped through it. They didn't actually read it, and they fundamentally misunderstand these characters and what their motivations are and what their origins are. I was watching yours and Az's videos on this. They changed the origin of how she became She-Hulk.
On Az's review, when he has chain theory, what kind of woman has a 3-date rule? I died. Like, what kind of woman has a 3-date rule? I died. Like, I rewound it and everything. It was hilarious.
Yes. Oh my god. Like, when I heard that, the sad thing is, apparently, there are women that have a 3-date rule, and I'm like,
only it's common. I've known it for like decades. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's
it's like
not
there's a rule
thing.
about how long you should wait before you reply to text and stuff. It's that kind of thing.
That's so stupid and arbitrary and doesn't make any sense. Like,
I think it might from a man's perspective, because the idea is if he's always there waiting for you and always there on your beck and call, it means, like, it will be a turn off. Like, she won't realize why it's a turn off. She'd probably say something like, oh, it's too clingy or whatever. But I think the actual thing is, it means he's got nothing better to do. So this isn't someone who's going to be hard at work or be a provider or actually achieve a lot of stuff because he's clearly doing nothing.
Yeah, but if you take more than 24 hours to get back to me via text, like, I'm gonna wonder, like, obviously, this, whatever we were attempting to start, is not a
Oh,
priority.
oh
Like,
no, that's not what it means. It's not replying. The idea was after a date and stuff, it was like before you like message them for the next one and stuff. No, I don't agree with that specifically, like a certain time frame or anything. But with reference to replying instantly, I know there's people that are like, if you don't reply instantly, then it's over, kind of thing. It's like,
no, I don't have that either. I see. Okay, so then I misunderstood this entirely. I thought that, like, it was she texts and he ignores her for 3 days.
no, I believe it's like I say, I don't know the exact things because I never really paid attention. But I believe it's you go on the first date and then you would wait 3 days before texting about it about a second one. Now the 3-date rule is obviously different, but this is there's so many different supposed rules that I think
But what
they
happens
came
if
out
she
as
texts
jokes. I think
first?
they were in like comedy movies and stuff, and people have just taken them as real.
Why? Like, but what if she texts you first?
Well, she wouldn't do.
I did.
Yeah, but that's
I
not
did.
normal.
I did.
But these women wouldn't. Then let's put it that way.
I literally, like, my
Because
husband
remember,
and
they
I
want
went
to be
out.
chased.
We went
That's
out
the
on
whole.
a date. We went out on a date, and he dropped me off, and he was in a different barracks than I was, and so he wasn't allowed to come past because, like, it's a female barracks, and so he was like, yeah, just he was like, okay, like, I'll talk to you later, and I was like, all right, and then I literally texted him. I was like, hey, made it back to my room, had a great time, thanks a lot, and he was like, glad you made it, I had fun too. Like, I don't understand. That wasn't hard for me, but I also prefer phone calls. I don't text. If I can
I
help
hate
it.
phone calls.
Oh god, I
I
hate
even think
texting.
I even think phone calls are rude because
Really?
because if someone phones me, like if we've organized something, like we're on a certain thing, like there's a stream or whatever, fair enough. There are some people that you kind of like, okay, you have to do it for work or whatever. But if someone turns up at your house and they've not said they're coming over, I think that's rude. Because you could be doing something, you could be busy, and they're just
Yeah.
knocking on your door like, now you should pay attention to me. That's how I see phone calls. It's someone going, pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. It's like, no, I don't know what you're phoning for. I don't really care. I'm clearly doing something else. Maybe it's just because I'm busy I'm always doing something. and so I find it like you're butting into what I'm doing, and I don't know why. It's not been arranged, and I think you should like ask first. I don't know. It's
Okay.
always been me.
I
I don't like phone calls as it is, but I don't know whether that's. I can't say why. Like even Discord calls, I find Discord calls and stuff, and calls like this, like I don't consider this like a phone call.
yeah.
If this was on a phone, I wouldn't have liked it.
Mm,
I just
fair.
don't like phone calls for some reason. But for the whole actually calling someone, I would always text someone first.
Interesting. I always call. I always call. I don't know if that might, but the thing is, my whole family is like that too, and so are my friends. Like,
Oh yeah, I think I'm the
we
odd one out in this scenario.
I
I'm
don't
not saying I'm
know.
no.
I don't know. Shane's over here, like, agreed, and, like, Mighty Wolf is they waste so much time. I guess with texting, you have to be pretty direct, but, like, I think the thing that bothers me with texting is unless you're using emojis, it's it's really hard to pull, like, any inference from a text. Like, I really hate when if I do text somebody and I get like a K or an okay back, then I have an issue because I'm like, no, I just put all this effort in, like I asked you 3 questions and all you said was okay. Um, but I'm also, as you know, I love to talk with people, and so
I mean, I'm not known for my brevity, so if someone like I will send them complete answers with grammar.
which
So
I will as well.
I'm not an okay person.
Well, that's nice,
In fact,
but
my videos, I have to. Probably one of the reasons that jump cut is I cut out stuff. My Wheel
yeah.
of Time stuff, there was a whole thing in a Wheel of Time where I cut out like an hour of me talking about the first 3 minutes of the video.
That's why I had to stop with the Wheel of Time videos is because I was doing episode 3 or 4, and it was a 4-hour-long video, and I was like, "I can't even
Yeah.
edit this thing." Like, it's
Y-
so
y-
long.
You know,
It's
the
just
first.
insane.
I would record. There was one point where I think I recorded 16 hours of footage and I cut it down. Like I did it over. I did. Like, that's why it took multiple days. I lost my voice. I even know which one it was. It was episode 7. Episode 7, the episode from hell. I've
Oh
never
god.
watched it. I can't watch it. I edited it. I hated everything about it. I hate that episode. It really annoyed me because
Mm,
episode 5 I'd already given up, so I thought it had
yeah.
let go of me. Episode 7 got me because they brought the characters back. They brought the main people back, and it annoyed me. And so I've never seen that video because I hate it. I hate making it. I hate talking about it. I hated editing it. Normally, I'll edit stuff, which obviously you have to watch through, and then I'll watch it back. Never watch that thing back. I uploaded it. I don't know what I said. I immediately forgot it. I lost my voice.
I purged
I
it.
even know which part in it I lost my voice and I had to stop talking. But there was the bit that took. I spent like an hour talking. Was there's a start of one episode where they go into the future. And it's just before
Oh,
he goes to steal
yeah.
the thing. And I was talking about how horrible
8.
that scene was, the law
Yeah.
that it broke, and I
Oh, yeah.
explained the law, and it went on for like an hour. I'm like,
Yep.
this 3 minutes is so bad, but I had to go into why it was all, so I cut it. I'm like,
Mhm.
nobody wants to listen to this. The people that want to listen to this already know this. So-
I know. That was God, that episode almost broke me. Oh god.
do you know the thing about episodes? Like one of the things that annoyed me, you know the bit where they're in the bar,
Yes.
and uh there's the whole thing over like Egwene and stuff and whether Perrin's
Mm.
into her and things. And that scene never made sense. And it's why it annoyed me so much. And then
Mhm.
you've got the whole he gets in his face and they're like doing the whole triangle of love and stuff between them. And never made sense. The reason it never made sense is because I was going off the books. I was
Yep.
going off the characters, and so I never even saw it. And then someone
Yep.
in the comments went, Perrin's after Rand. And the moment no, it was Shad. I think it was Shad. I think it was Night's Watch. Shad said that, and the moment he said it, everything clicked together. I'm like, this makes perfect sense. It's the only explanation for it. Like all the story afterwards, everything fit into place throughout the entire series, and it's the only explanation that I can possibly think of. And I didn't hate the episode as much after that once I had the explanation, but it was so confusing and badly done because I just couldn't see it because I wasn't looking for it.
Huh. That
It's the only thing.
makes Yeah.
Did you not know this?
Uh-uh.
Oh, I was talking about this as if you'd known. Oh, I can even explain it, right? Because yeah, when they get in each other's face, there's the whole that's the tension between them. But in the next episode, there's even a bit where because Egwene knows what the problem is between them, and if
Yeah.
she's really interested in Rand, which she's supposed to be,
Uh-huh.
then there's a scene where she's on like sitting on the bed, and Perrin comes over and sits next to her and puts his arm around her. I'm like, well, if you love Rand and you know there's a problem between the two, you wouldn't do that. That doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't be this close to a
Yeah.
guy unless you're actually thinking about cheating on him. But if you knew that he wasn't actually after you, he was after Rand, well, you're going to be very comfortable in his company because you know he's not after you anyway. You know what his problem is.
Holy crap.
And there's a lot of stuff. And there was even I think there was a comment, I can't remember the exact line, but it's something like, but I love him. And Perrin says something like, I do too. And you go back to the first episode, there's a scene where Perrin is with his wife, and she's like
Yeah.
really distant. Now, people said that she was a dark friend and stuff, which kind of made sense until you saw later
Mhm.
on, because where he hits her, she's actually got the axe raised above him. And like, well, is she going to hit him with it? And that could still be a storyline that comes back, or maybe it was one that they put in but didn't ever expand upon. And so it's just kind of axed. But when he's hugging her, she's very distant as if she doesn't like it, which doesn't
Mhm.
make sense because she's his wife.
Yeah.
But if he's actually only married her because that's what he thinks he's supposed to do, and really he's not into her at all, suddenly her being distant makes sense.
Oh my god, I hate Amazon so much. I
Everything
didn't
throughout
think
the
I could
series
hate
fits
them
into
more.
place.
Yeah, it
Everything.
does. That makes so much more sense, and it just makes me so angry.
And I think Rand knows as well, to a degree.
Well, they butchered that whole story. Like, it was literally they mm, I can't believe that they took the battle at the Gap from Rand. There's a specific reason that Rand had to be the one that did that. And I don't know how they're going to fix it in later episodes. You can't. Like, you can't. Oh,
Well, they're not going to fix anything. They're making a separate story. And Brandon Sanderson's even said this. He said, I went into it thinking they were going to do the books, and they're not doing the book. This is an adaptation, which is different. Like, it's not the book lore at all. And that's coming from Brandon Sanderson. He said, once I accepted that it was going to be different in the books, it got better.
it didn't
Like
get
that,
better. That's
well, no,
terrible.
I think the series is awful in and of itself, yeah. But
Mhm.
that's what they're going to do. And people in their headcanon started, oh, it's just another turning of the wheel. And I'm like, well, that doesn't even make sense because the magic system is entirely different.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, it was one of them
That's
things.
I'm not even sure. I God, that makes so much sense, but it's so bad.
Mm-hmm. It's
But
the only thing that makes that bar scene make sense.
oh my god.
And how she acts with him afterwards. Because she comes across as a right cow if you don't think that. Like, she's literally, there's been a massive fight between two best friends, all over, like, her and Perrin and stuff, and then she's literally on a bed with him, hugging him. And, like, that's, you should know better. If you know you're like, your potential husband, your future husband doesn't like it, what are you doing? But she's so comfortable around him. It's like, yeah, it's because you know he's not a threat.
Well, after what they did with Moraine in was that episode 7 that happened?
Uh,
Where the
which one?
the
What?
the
The bar scene. Bar scene's episode 7.
nope, not the bar scene. I'm talking about Moraine and the gosh. Okay, I'll just say it, the lesbo scene.
Oh no, that was the one before. So that'll be
That was
episode 5.
6, 5. Nope,
No, yeah, 6.
6.
Yeah, because that happens, and then they go through the ways to the other
Yep.
area.
Yeah. That
Oh, maybe. Yeah, because it's the bar in the new area. Yeah, which I forgot
Yeah.
the name of, but
I don't remember, but all I know is that when they did that, first of all, my absolute
oh, have you heard what they've said that was? Because I think they
no.
confirmed what it was. Because I didn't realize. I thought they'd gone into Talaran Hirod, or however that's pronounced, like the Dreamland. It turns out that that device on her wall opens a what's it called? A traveling portal, and they actually traveled back to Schwann's like homeland, all the way on over the other side of the world, essentially into a little hut. They physically traveled. They weren't in like a dreamland, which is insane because now you have a magical item that can open a portal up to a different land.
Yeah.
You're not even supposed to have access to traveling.
Oh, God in heaven, deliver me.
Do you know how useful that would be in a battle?
Yes. Yes, I do. And also, like, they wouldn't need the ways. Why would you use the ways if you have that?
Well, no, because one of these items need to be at the other end, presumably. But you could have an army at one end and just have one person sneak through with this item, and then an entire army can walk through. Like, pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, literally. Oh, God. How do they not see these things? Like, how are they not recognizing that what they've destroyed, these things matter in later books? Like, later on down the story, this is going to have to.
I don't think they've read later books. I think he might. Most of the cast haven't. Most of the production crew haven't. I read that somewhere. They actually said, some people have read a few. But I'm sure Rafe has. Well, I hope he has. I don't think they care. because I think they see it as they're making something else. So they don't care about the lore later on. If anything contradicts, they'll just change it.
But like, why? You're not smarter than the author. Like, just put in what the like just do what the author wrote and you'll have success. Like these
You know what
franchises have fans already. They're built in.
Rafe said the second one will be more like the books because those books are easier to adapt. I'm like, what? He says, yeah, the more set up for being made into a television series. Like, you actually have no idea how to make a television series because book one is by far the easiest to adapt because
100%.
it's written as like an adventure book in chapters. Like, each chapter has a cliffhanger at the end that you could use at the end of your episode for the next one. That was how it was designed. There is nothing easier to adapt than that first book. In fact, it gets way more complicated and deep as people go on.
Definitely. Like, I'm sitting here trying to, like, I don't even know why he would make that comment. Because
it's like the Rings of Power showrunners. Oh, the second series will be way more like canon. There's a lot more canon than the second. I think it's just something they say because they think they need to. The aim is, I think, to shut up people in between, so that if anyone comments, you'll have a load of people going, "Oh no, they've said that you can't really adapt that." Like, one of the things I've seen on Twitter in my replies was, "Oh, well, they can't make something like the Wheel of Time because it'll just be someone hunting his wife for 3 seasons." I'm like, the excuse is essentially Wheel of Time is always crap, and so they're just making their own. It's like, well, if it was crap, why did you buy the rights? Why did you want to make a TV series out of something that was crap? You know it's good. That's why it's popular. It's why it's lasted for decades. And that's why you wanted it.
That argument doesn't make any sense. Like,
no.
Why? Like, the whole idea of the Amaryllian seats and the Aes Sedai is because, like, and Tar Valon itself is literally because the reason that men can't touch the power is because it's tainted because of what happened. And
not in the show, though.
Not in the no, like
in the show, men, they all draw from the same power, and it's the men themselves which are dirty. Because in the very first episode, she says, it's only meant for us.
Yeah.
You make it dirty when you touch it.
Yep. The only Ajah who stayed true to themselves is the Red Ajah. Based like, if you had to if you had to look at the collectives of the Ajah, like, the Reds stayed most closely to the books, which is just sad, because they fundamentally misunderstood what the Reds are supposed to be, like, why they actually are the way that they are. It's literally now just a general hatred of all men is why the Red Ajah are the way that they are. Oh god, that was, you want to talk character assassination? Holy bejesus.
There's even a scene, and the CGI actually backs it up. With, I forgot his name, but like the caster at first who like builds an army and stuff that they captured. When he does his CGI of powering, of like channeling, you actually see the power come down and it's white, like pure, and then it like touches him. And the moment it touches him and he grasps his hands together as if he started channeling, that's when it gets that like slick blackness around it, like the taint. And so it does imply that it's only when he touched it and he started to use it did it actually get tainted.
Yeah.
Which is, very far from reaching through oil slick to get to something.
Yeah, to get to something else. But, well, we've been going for 4 hours, so I think we're gonna cut, like, and now we're on Wheel of Time. So, hubby needs me, and I'm sure you got stuff to do. So, I guess, why don't you go ahead? Do you have anything that you want to plug really fast?
Just Disbrew on YouTube and Twitch. The next video, well, as I've been here so long, I don't know, it probably won't be out till tomorrow. I might do something else tomorrow. But in the near future, I will be looking at She-Hulk and the making of. They've done an hour-long behind-the-scenes of She-Hulk, which is a third of the entire series in behind-the-scenes footage. I haven't seen it yet, but I imagine it's going to be as much of a disaster as everything else. And so I'm looking forward to covering that one.
Hit the wrong button. Sorry. Yes. So
I was
okay.
wondering.
My bad. I boomered it. But so yeah, no, Disbrew, thanks for coming on. Guys, check him out. Again, Twitter, YouTube, whatever you have going on tomorrow, I'm sure people will check out. But I will guys, thank you, chat. You've all been amazing. I hope that this Bond / Wheel of Time / feminine masculine stream was good for you guys. I hope so. We were going for 4 hours and we stayed at around 30 viewers to 40 viewers. So I really appreciate y'all. Have a great time, guys. Have a great night. I really appreciate every single one of you. Much love. God bless. Godspeed. And have a good night.
See ya.